Warning. Some viewers may find the following stream melodic. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning. Oh no, I'm hatless.
Some viewers may find the
No, stop it,
following
Morgan.
stream
Morgan, there's no need.
Viewer discretion
No,
is
I'm not
advised.
paying you twice. I told you before. We've had this discussion. Just one viewer discretion is all we need. Thank you. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Monday. It's the start of a brand new week. Now, some of you might have been a little confused that the title said Sunday if you were here early-ish. But as we can see from the calendar widget, clearly it's Monday. It's definitely Monday. It says Mon at the bottom of the screen, and my calendar is not called Monica, so therefore I'm led to believe it is in fact Monday all day today. Okay, and I'm kind of crouching down a bit because I forgot to move my calendar, and I don't want to give away the prediction, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the prediction very quickly so that we don't have any spoilers. So the options today were coffee 1%, Star Wars 0%, something else 99%. What? I've added some more options into the list, so you might start seeing additional shirt types later this week. But let's go ahead and see what it is. Which shirt am I wearing today? It is, in fact, the man with the pack. Not on his back, though. It is Pac-Man, okay? So I need to do a zoom out for this because you're like, oh, that's cute. It's a nice tiny little logo. Something a bit subtle. Something a bit discreet. Yeah, a discreet shirt. So people have to come up and go, what's that? Oh, it's Pac-Man. Unless they're walking behind me, in which case, possibly if I don't drag everything off, you might be able to see it's a bit bigger on the back. There's a bit more to see. So there we go. Double-sided shirt for the win. Alrighty. There we go. So it is in fact not coffee, not Star Wars. It is something else. So GG's to everybody that won today's prediction. Words were already hard. I read it as Pac-Man. I mean, maybe they'd have sold more copies. Maybe it would have been a super humongously popular video game, Dukesoft, if they had in fact called it that. But here we are. It's done. It's a done deal. Bear, oh my goodness. We are honoured. How are you doing, Bear? Good to see you. Bear had a great stream yesterday and a long stream because apparently just only does long streams to make the rest of us look bad. But yeah, fresh out of his bed, if he's even in fact gone to bed, we have Ice Bear Bear with us. How you doing, Bear? Welcome on in. One of the things we're going to look at this morning, fairly early on, is today's selection of flash deals. Now, I get that it's not Wednesday, so the deals aren't up to 98% off, so it's not quite the maximum discount that we see during the week. However, we do have some up to 70% off. Bitly, you never look bad, how dare. Well, you know, before I put my face on in the mornings when I roll out of bed, maybe I look bad, but thank you, Valint. Just made it to my keyboard, missed the prediction, but I would have gotten it wrong after hearing you say the options. Okay, well, you know, it's just a bit of fun. I don't expect everybody to bet the house on it. You know, maybe you can win a few channel points, just something a bit different. So, there we go. How are you doing, One Line? Good to see you. Always a pleasure. If you have any news for us of any kind, One Line, feel free to just check it out there. You see, you say good bot, and then Seribot is like, ha, yeah, I was a good bot, but I don't think Dukesoft, the good people of the viewership community get to see what we get to see. So they probably don't even realise that we had a smelly smell in here that got nuked or nerfed by Seribot. So we'll just keep that on the down low and just appreciate that we have a free bot that's as effective as it is. All right, so what's going on today? What is going on today? In fact, what is going on today is a tiny recap to start with. Why are my reading glasses all fogged up? If you weren't here for Sandbox Saturday, that's okay. We can still be friends, but I'll do a quick recap. So we've reinstated the music UI, as you can see, even though we're not having song requests back yet. Tatum, thank you for the combo, biddies. What is going on? We got early horses in the paddock. Yeah, so no song request command back yet. We do have the music UI back. We did have music all 6 hours of the stream on Saturday for Sandbox Saturday, playing Kilted Ninja's music, for which he gave me express permission to play, and then I guess Twitch didn't get the memo, so they muted part of my stream because they said it was possibly copyright music. So I need to reach out to Mr. Ninja, Kilted Ninja, of course, and ask him if there's a reason that they flagged this one particular song in particular when I played his music for 6 hours and they didn't really care about the rest of it, just that one song. So we'll see. I don't mind getting Twitch spanked if I'm being naughty, but if I'm being good, I don't want to get Twitch spanked. Thank you for those biddies, horsey biddies, appreciated. Thank you so much. We got some Tatum biddies in the chat today. I believe that the animation is quite awesome. I've seen the animation on people like Balint on his stream. I've seen all the hosses when they go wah and they kind of explode all over the screen. But I'm watching this on OBS, so I'm not actually watching my stream as such, so I don't get to see all the lovely animations. I just get to see the fact that the lovely Tatum did actually throw some combo biddies. And look,
let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
There we go, one of Ice Bear Bear's favourite redemptions. 143 days until Santa comes down your chimney, or something like that. News. I got the lab data import utility added to RTrack and I'm just cleaning up more of the UI, so the RTrack effort is very nearly complete. Whoa! Progress! Look at you, 1-1 Lion. It's a great Monday. Yes, it is a great Monday and not a great Sunday, as the title would have led you to believe before I was reliably informed by Balint that somehow I still thought it was Sunday. So basically, I changed some of the custom timers over the weekend, and I forgot to update the title one. So for some reason, it just went, "Hey, let's pick a day at random. Let's just say it's Sunday." I mean, it'd be nice, wouldn't it, if it was Sunday, especially if you get the weekend off and you work on Mondays. But here we are. Anyway, speaking of redemptions, if you weren't here for Sandbox Saturday, we had a new redemption created. It's 88 sleeps until Halloween. Ah, okay. Maybe that's another one we could do. Maybe we need a Halloween one as well. I don't know. Is that a rabbit hole you kind of fall down then? You go, okay, let's do how many sleeps till Sunday, and you just kind of include everything. Maybe it needs a generic one where you can say how many sleeps until, and then you just put the date in, and then just counts the days and tells you. Anyway, couple of new redemptions. We had the world premiere of Witless Protection. Hands up who was here on Saturday to witness the world premiere of Witless. I was here. 2 hands up. I was here. And when we had the world premiere, I said I'm quite happy to take feedback to see what people think, if they think it can be improved. And I did do some work on it. All right, so let's have a quick look. I added a TV because why not? Still need to do my first chat audio clip. Aha, yes you do. Added white noise intro. Shortened breaking news logo video, which somebody said was too long. Changed the format of the intro text. Added white noise outro. First word now will never begin with G, so it won't be bit something. And the second word will never begin with G, so it will never be something gamey. Okay. Oh, I already closed the prediction, so that doesn't really help. One day this week, I need to remember not to close the prediction for at least 10 minutes so I can see if this thing here works. But I feel like it's not working. Otherwise, even though the prediction is closed, I should still see those other variables populated. So I need to work on that. So anyway, without further ado, and at no cost to your good selves, I'm going to show you the updated witlist protection. Are you ready, Belint? Because I know you had a couple of suggestions. You were a little concerned about some of it, and you know we like to take this diamond and then like polish it and buff it up and have it looking worthy of Belint's affection. But you know, he might already be doing meetings or not have his ears on. Or so anyway, I'm going to run it anyway. Okay, so for those that haven't seen it, welcome to one of the newest redemptions. For those that have seen it, hopefully you'll see an improvement over the last time you saw it. So here we go.
Breaking news, the streamer is now in witlist protection. Their name has been completely changed and their identity hidden for their own protection.
See how it is. I try and give the updated version of my world premiere redemption, and I thought nobody's going to come in and nobody's going to mess it up for me, right? Nobody's going to try and steal my limelight. Nobody's going to try and spoil it for other viewers when I try to show something off. But here we are. Welcome in, JD. How are you doing? I hope your Monday's going well. It didn't in fact break stream. I just didn't say anything and I didn't move because it wasn't the best demonstration when it gets interrupted halfway by a disconnect. So apparently you don't know me. I feel like if anybody was going to come in and do it, JD, you're on a very short list of those that would have. So yeah. What's going on with my glasses today? What is going on with my reading glasses? How am I supposed to do any work if I can't see through the things that are supposed to help me see better? Okay. Alrighty, so should we try it again? We'll give it another try, shall we? Because that wasn't the best demonstration, was it? I mean, it was a demonstration of how my redemptions can overlap, so I appreciate that. But yeah, let's go for a take two, shall we? Possibly. Yeah. Okay. We'll do a take two, and then it's kind of open season. In fact, it's on cooldown. Of course it is. So now I'm going to have to kick it off manually. Guess which finger I'm holding up? Oh no. Okay. Alrighty, so let me do a manual test on this one. If we're ready, Berlin, are you ready? Are you steady? Here are the updates to the witlist protection. What do we have today? Partly cloudy. It did actually rain earlier. I know it never rains in Texas, apart from one day of the year. So
yeah. Oh, I guess I'm being squished. JD the Squisher. JD the Squish.
Okay. So without further ado, because nobody likes ado, here we go. The update.
Breaking news, the streamer is now in witness protection. Their name has been completely changed and their identity hidden for their own protection.
Hello, thank you. It is in fact Monday today, not Sunday, as the stream said at the start. And my name is Mitt Lamey, for those of you that are not familiar with me. There used to be a streamer here called Bit Gamey, I think his name was. But yeah, he went into witness protection, so he's no longer around. So you get to put up with me for about 60 seconds. Anyway, so what might be funny is there's a squeaky toy in the background. I'm not sure how that's going to sound when it comes through. Probably very low. Okay. So, yeah. We're not going to have any Barbie movie references today. Berlin said he will delete any messages that he sees in chat that reference that movie. So, thank you, Berlin, for modding Red Dev's message. Not really sure why you got blessing Red, but anyway.
Hello. Okay, so that's where we're at. I don't know if you like those updates, Berlin. If they make you happy, if they make you sad, if you're disappointed that it wasn't more polished, you like the new ending. Okay, good. All right. Well, if you're happy, I'm happy. And look at my sub points, 22 out of 30. What? OMG. So much support. Anyway, that, I could say, is the latest redemption, but it is not, because the eagle-eyed amongst you who have been into the redemptions this morning will see there is also one called Texas Live. Yes, if you've always wanted to see out of a Texas window, if you've always wanted to possibly catch, there's nothing there at the moment, but if you possibly wanted to catch some different aminals and things, then, you know, hummingbirds, butterflies, any of those types of things, you can just do the redemption. So let me do it and you'll see what it does. You ready? Are you steady? Let's go.
Hey Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You're welcome, Mr. Attenborough. May I call you Mr. Attenborough? Okay. And the occasional sedan, yes. And the occasional neighbour mowing their lawn, as we saw at the weekend. Nerdwino, my second favourite moon person. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. We should probably get some clips going this morning, right? Because all we've had so far is Tatum on the starting scene, thanks to Belint. So let's see if we can fix that real quick. We're going to go in reverse order because...
At depth. Using the high-precision Juno data, the authors were able to generate a fourfold increase in the resolution over previous models created with data from NASA's trailblazing Jovian explorers Voyager and Galileo.
Okay, so the clips clearly hide behind this webcam, which is not great. Yeah, so let me have a quick look and see how we can fix that. Blah, blah, blah. That might be the one. That would need to go in front of redemptions and stuff. That's going to be a whole thing. All right, well, I'm just going to pretend that nobody's going to use the Texas Live redemption at the same time as we have a shout-out clip. All right, so in the meantime... let's have a, in no particular order now. I was going to do reverse order, but Berlin just peed on my barbecue and did the shout out first. So there we go. You rabbit hole into chlamydia. I mean, you just don't get content like this anywhere else.
Thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Ha ha! Ha ha! I see what you tried to do there, Nerdwino. You tried to get the overlap, but ha ha ha! Guess what? No. I mean, you really don't. You really don't get rabbit holing into chlamydia anywhere else. Entropic, how you doing? Welcome on in. We're just trying to break things fairly early on. Why pee on the barbie? Exactly, Berlin. When I'm standing there and I'm tossing my burgers, why would you want to just pee on that? It's just, I don't know why. Yeah. Anyway, so we had Tatum, we had an Arduino, we had the lovely Balint. Let's work through everybody. We're gonna have Ice Bear Bear now if this webcam turns off quickly.
Nope.
Maybe.
I don't believe it. Nope.
If that's the clips. If that goes there, what about that? Let's try that. Let's see if that works. So it's far off Texas Live again.
Oh.
Hey Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You're more than welcome, Mr. Attenborough. Thank you for doing the intro for me. I know it cost me quite a bit of money to have you record every single person's name on Twitch so that when they redeem it, you can actually say their name. So I appreciate that. I know it took us a while, but I think we got there in the end. So, yes, let's do a shout out for my fave line and hope we don't get the clip that I don't like.
I have a goal.
No, we don't want this clip.
And that countdown timer
No.
is a very important countdown timer to me.
Nope, not to me.
Because once I reach 0...
No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Sorry. So I guess the challenge is, do we have the clips come up in front of the Texas Live or vice versa? I think really since they're so short-lived, we probably need the clips on top. So I think I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the way that is now. All right. I think we're good. Let me have a quick scroll back. I think a clip for the mighty Dukesoft, and then well, I think we've caught everybody that's spoken so far, at least. Anyway, so let's have a look, see if we can catch the Drone Meister himself, who assures us we'll be doing another stream soon. Sparky, how you doing? Welcome on in. See, I feel like Sparky might be interested in the newest redemption that we created on Saturday. So I'm going to do it again because there's no cooldown. Okay, this is just for Sparky. All right, here we go.
Hey Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
What happened? Where did Mr. Attenborough go? Why is it defaulting again to Attenborough? For some reason it didn't pick up. Well, the question is now, trying to find the voice that I had. Was it narrator or was that? I think narrator. Possibly.
This is a test message.
There we go. Okay. So why did you drop off? Why didn't you remember who you were supposed to be, Mr. Attenborough? Save settings. Let's try that. Okay. Alrighty. Spartacus. No, you can't hop on that train. But I'm sorry, I got Spartacus first instead of Spartacus. David's coffee break. I think that's what he did. He went on a coffee break. Yeah. Then, strangely, weirdly, beautiful yellow flowers. Thank you. Oh, Ice Bear steampunked. Look at that. We say honey in America. They are not honey flowers. No, I can't remember the name of them. Mrs. Gamey would know best, but they do kind of die off in the winter and then they flower again when we get some good weather. So by die off in the winter, I die off in the winter, I mean, you know, those 48 hours in Texas when it gets below 100 degrees. So, all right, so.
Thank you so much, Clayman_Dad, for the raid.
Oh, just the person.
Bit Gamey.
One of your favourite clips, Clay.
Alright. Thank you all so much for hanging out. That's gonna be it for me today. Let's go and raid our friend Tin.
Let's go and raid our friend. I think he was about to say Tyndall, who's here. How you doing, Tyndall? Clayman, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. So, thank you for the shout out you gave me earlier. But also, then I put a message in chat saying, wait, how is Clayman even streaming? Shouldn't Clayman be at a job interview? And as it says there, raid and run, need to get ready for interview. Good luck. Good luck, Clayman. You got this. Yeah, we're going to be like, yeah, look, Clayman got the job. So, good luck. I know interviews are never fun. But you've got this. I'll let somebody else tell me what happened on your stream today. I would assume maybe some work on your epic hero game, since it's so epic and you are so epic. So, Freshie, how you doing? Good to see you. Freshie, of course, and myself were battling it out on Ice Bear Bear's stream yesterday. So, welcome on in. Comrade, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh, getting all the party people in today. Berlint again comes in on the raid as well. So Berlint now has me open in 2 tabs, allegedly. APOC, welcome on in. All right, so you know what's going to make Clayman feel even better about the interview he's going to? If you drop him a follow. Yeah, if you're not already following him, you're really missing out. You seriously are. One of the best game devs. Well, one of the best game devs. I'll just leave it there, shall I? One of the best game dev streams on the platform. Get yourself over there, drop him a follow. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have brought all these great people with him, you see. You get Comrade, you get Tyndall, you get Freshie, you get all the party people coming in the house. So, yeah, we wish Clayman all the luck, not as he needs it, because, you know, he's just going to blow them away at the interview and they're going to be like, what? How did we not have you working here already? So, he's got this. Freshie is so handsome. I mean, Captain Obvious? I don't know. Maybe. Fact, actually. This is true. Watashi Mo. Yes, what one line said. Yeah. I wonder if translate can do multiple words. I don't think I've ever tried that. I think it does, because I think the example it gives is Guten Tag, which is obviously 2 words. Watashi Mo. There we go, and the translation is Watashi Mo, translated from we don't even know which language. So, yeah. GG's translate command. Well done. Yeah, good job. All right. Anders. Oh, Anders snuck in as well. Anders, how you doing? Good to see you. I would physically recoil if you wouldn't follow Clayman. Not to be rude, it's something that cannot be controlled, a physiological reaction. It is. I mean, I've actually had people come in before and go, follow who? Clayman? I don't think I know Clayman. And I like, on screen, I actually developed a Twitch at that moment in time. It was crazy. But then they went and followed and the Twitch just went away. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm really not sure. Learn something new every day. You learned that I have a translate command that doesn't always work. Is that what you learned? Did I spell the Ramaji wrong? Maybe. I don't know. One line. Let's have a look. Me too, translated from Japanese. See, look, it does work. Sometimes it works. The more extreme you get, the more it works for some bizarre reason. Who really knows? Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. For those of you that are new to the channel, my name is Bit Gamey. We have some silly redemptions here. Sometimes I even try to get some game dev in. And the game I'm currently working on is called Rescue Ball, where you roll around as a ball, funnily enough, rescuing people. Who knew? You'd think like I could put it in the title or something. If you've played Katamari Damacy, watching. This is a game we're going to be playing very soon on stream on OG hardware. And it's not too similar to that because I don't want to be sued or get a cease and desist or whatever. But yeah, you do roll around and then there's a big sea monster and he floods the city and there's a there's a newsreader who we did put clothes on. It's a whole thing. So yeah, we're actually going to be doing some more work on the camera system. We're going to do some more work on the directional arrow to make sure it points the right way. Yeah, so lots to get in today. Lots of fun to have. Lots of things to do. One of my lights stopped working. Oh, there it is. Blinding. One of my lights stopped working. I have 3 lights for streaming, and one of them does not even want to show up in the Elgato app anymore, which is a little upsetting, but you know, it's fine. I'll get over it at some point. So yeah, I mean, let's talk more about Clayman and less about me, because you know. Oh, now my phone's blowing up. That didn't take long, did it? How long have we been running and my phone's blowing up? 40 minutes. There we go. Okay. All right, hang on a minute. Just have a quick message. All right, just a quick medical update right there. All right. Sparky Pugwash 95.4. What? I think that's the closest we've had in a long time to getting a 99 plus to get the free sub. Wowzers. That game looks cool. Katamari Damacy, yes, it is. It is a very cool game. Naked. Oh, the newsreader we're talking about. Yes, not Bit Nude. No, not. It's not that kind of stream. That's my only Bits account, not on this platform. So, did you see the new trailer for a new Katamari? No, Berlin. Please post the link if you have it. Shipwreck, welcome on in. How you doing? Berlin, what are you doing? How are you, Shipwreck? How are you doing? Good to see you. We have a couple of redemptions which we've whizzed through this morning. I seem to be soft blocked here. I mean, I know you and Berlin are besties, and so I feel like that's going to be a toing and froing like Tom and Jerry that I'm never going to be able to get around. So, yeah. All right, here we go. I'm going to trust this link that Berlin has posted and trust he's not trolling me with a rickroll or something. So let's have a look. Show browser. Okay. Show browser. Oh, there it is. We're just a bit slow. Okay. Bit like me. Monday morning. Need more coffee. It's a bit slow. Once Upon a Katamari announcement trailer. Wow, how timely is this? They're coming out with it. See, they're scared. They're scared is what it is. Bandai Namco heard about my game and they're like, wait, we can't let this tiny little minuscule indie dev resurrect interest in our game. We need to do it ourselves. So they hurriedly rushed out this trailer to try and get people more interested in Once Upon a Katamari than Rescue Ball. Let's see how it is. It's Monday. You thought it was Sunday? I don't know why you would think it was Sunday, other than wishful thinking and not wanting to do work, Nerdwino. I can't think for the life of me why you might get your days mixed up. But come on in. Nerduino, to this stream. As you can see, there's a little calendar at the bottom corner that says it's Monday, and with a bit of luck, hopefully now the stream title also says it's Monday. So you should be confused no more. Yeah. In Japanese, Katamari means clump or clod, and Damashi is the Rendaku form of Tamashi, which means soul or spirit. Therefore, the phrase approximates to clump spirit. See, that's what I should have done. I should have just called the game Clump Spirit instead of Rescue Ball. That would have... No, I shouldn't. That's interesting. Yes, it's that's actually different. I watched a documentary on it, and it's different to what they said in the documentary it actually means, or it's supposed to mean. So, Anyway, without further ado, we don't want any ado today, or doo-doo. Let's watch this trailer.
A long time ago, countless stars were born across the universe, and a brilliant great cosmos came into being. The guardian of this great cosmos is one whom we love, the king of all cosmos. It's me, and my mighty King of Kings. One day, the king casually tossed a scroll he had found and accidentally destroyed Earth.
Oh no. I hate when that happens. Yeah. Definitely in keeping with the other games.
In this Katamari Damacy, the starry sky has vanished yet again. Now, time travel across the eras and roll up all things big, small, wild, and wonderful to restore the stars of the universe. Roll with ease using beautiful items. Oh, hello, new cousins.
Hello.
Wow, everyone's here too. A family reunion. Customize the prince and cousins to create a one-of-a-kind being. So wonderful. Battle with friends in Katamari Ball. A new universe of songs. Keep rocking and rolling to the beat. What a thrilling, spectacular, and beautiful game that will touch my heart forever. So let the good times roll and see how life gets better with Katamari in a story that begins once upon a Katamari. Coming October 24th, 2025.
So, Berlin, as somebody that has played the OG game, and I think you've probably played other versions too, like the newest version before this version, what do you think to how that looks? Because, to be honest, obviously I like the Katamari mechanic and the games, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot that's different in there. I thought what they might do is take the opportunity to switch it up and maybe even do a mashup with other types of mechanic. But it just seems... I just barely missed it. How are you doing, Shark Geek? Welcome in. Happy Monday. Some people in here thought it was Sunday. I don't know why, but it's definitely Monday today. So I hope your Monday's going well. I hope you had a good start to the week. I mean, it works so well. It does, but, you know, I feel like you're probably going to draw in more people if you... And I get that you have to retain a certain amount of previous games. It seems like they've retained a lot of the previous games to the point where if I played the previous games and then I play this, yes, I'll get the nostalgia from the previous games, but is there really that much that's new in it to get people interested? I don't know. I might be completely wrong. It could be their best-selling Katamari game yet. Ball stick thing. Sticky ball fun. Yeah, why mess with a good thing? But it's like, you know, when you have an artist that you like and they bring out a new song and you're like, yeah, I mean, you know, I like it, but it's very samey to similar to the old one. Or if you go and watch a sequel of a movie and then you're like, yeah, I mean, it wasn't much different to the previous one. I feel like you need to retain a certain amount to get people still interested that got the buy-in for the first one, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I must be getting back to work, otherwise the captain will make me walk the plank. You'll have a great day.
Thank you, Pirate Tatum. You should probably get back on the hook now, doing work stuff. So maybe we'll catch you later on your lunch or something and find out what's in, not Pandora's box, but Tatum's lunchbox later today. You're the 1% of people that wants new things. Well, you know what they say about statistics, Berlin? Yes. Anyway, show Unity. Are the voice commands just going to like take 10 minutes to work every time today? Is that how it is? So that when I actually go in and I go to say it again, it's already worked. Possibly. Show Unity. There it is, eventually. Okay, so for those new to the channel, this is, I'm not going to say my version, but this is my game that uses certain elements from the Katamari games. We have the sea monster down here, under the sea. I mean, where else would you expect them to be? Thank you, Berlin. What do they say about statistics? I mean, 60% of the time they're 40% right, possibly. So this is the Japanese city that gets flooded. This is the water that floods it. This is the sea monster that causes the flood. There are people running around the city that you have to rescue. And then here is the ball, the rescue ball, with the arrow, directional arrow that we're currently working on to point you in the direction of the people. And if I hit play on here, we might even get to see some of the people. And we might even flood the city. So we might even see the angry sea monster rise from the depths of the sea. So there's the cars, they go off. Here's some of the people. They start walking. They go off in their own direction. And then we can do, we flood. Here comes the angry sea monster. Rah! I'm going to push all this water right over the top of your head. So there he does. And then there's the people. Wow! Help! Help! I'm bobbing on the water. Help! But then the water subsides, and everything is rosy in the garden again. They carry on walking. So yeah. And that's where we're at. Oh, I haven't seen the monster yet. How fun. Release the Kraken. Yes. We need a name for him. We've had a few suggestions. I'm still open to other suggestions. That is a pretty impressive, I'm going to say tentacle emote you got there, Sharky. All right. So we had the new Texas Live asset, Texas Live Redemption. So if anybody wanted to see out of my window in particular.
Hey Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
The birds and the bees outside my window. There we go. That's Mrs. Gamey's bird feeder that has a built-in motion sensing camera. So every time something triggers it, and she gets a notification on her phone and a 30-second video of what's actually eating the seed. Sometimes it's hummingbirds coming to the hummingbird feeder at the bottom. Sometimes it's mourning doves or cardinals or other types of birds. Sometimes butterflies. Sometimes squirrels. when we were setting this redemption up on Saturday, we did have a squirrel scurry along, trying to get some seed. But yeah, as you can tell, it is trash can day today. So we have the blue trash cans. And actually, our neighbour has the green recycling can down. I didn't think it was recycling week. I might have to BRB in a minute and grab a coffee and put the recycling can down because they don't do green cans every week, and I always get confused which week it is. So I should probably put that down as well. Everyone keep your eyes peeled for the rat. I don't know what you're talking about. I read a story today about humongous rats that they found in TD might be aware of this because it's in TD's neck of the woods. In northern England, they found this 22-inch rat. They were carrying out of a house. They said it was pretty much the size of a small cat. Yeah, I don't want to see any of those. Thank you. I wish I had your confidence to dox myself and not care. Wait, why did I? How did I? Am I giving out my home address again? Did I see something that? Where? What? I should go to Birmingham, as Mrs. Gamey pronounces it. The bins have not been emptied for a year because of the bin strike. What? That's likely where they're going to have most of the rats then, in Birmingham, I would think. Yeah. I think Mr. the Geek means if someone wanted to Google map your location, they could find you. How would you Google map my location? What am I missing here? I mean, you can go on Google Maps and type in automatic bird feeder, sync with your view. Pretty sure your neighbour's house number was visible. Oh, okay, because my neighbour's house number, my neighbour lives in a house that no other house in the world has. Why am I? So I haven't revealed my street. I haven't revealed my town. Most people know, at least from the weather, that I'm in Texas. So I'm thinking there's probably more houses with the same number than just my neighbour. Could be wrong. I could be mistaken. Yeah. An AI bot for finding all houses in the world with the same number. There probably is. Yeah. I'm sure it's a pretty short list as well. So if anybody manages to do that, I will happily open the door and make you a cup of tea. So I know where you live, in a house in the America. See, I'm not the one doxing me. Sparky's the one doxing me. Now I'm going to have to move. I'm going to have to sell up. That's it. Everybody knows where I live now. What am I going to do? Anyway, for those people that want to press the "Where are you" button on their keyboard and find out exactly where I am, let's have another look.
Hey, Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Yeah, so can anybody see a house number on there? Anybody? House numbers standing out? Because that'll help you find me. If it says house number 123. I didn't even know Monty Python was on Blurp. Thank you for those Blurp biddies, Bear. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the follow.
4123. Thank you for that follow. Much appreciated. Oh, good. Never mind. It was just a candelabra thingy. Oh, you thought the candelabra thingy was a number. Okay, I can see where you might have that. I thought I was following, but that's okay, Lodoc. At least you're following now. You see, and do you like how I didn't actually call you out and it didn't throw your name up on the screen? Because, you know, we could have just kept that between ourselves and then, you know, nobody would have been any the wiser. But you called yourself out. So how you doing, Lodoc? Welcome on in. I'm sorry that you can't actually drop me into the cellar. I know you like the wrong lever. But yeah, I have some slightly different Hello, Doc, you're in such trouble. Dizzle. Dizzle, I shout this man out every day. I think we go with low Dizzle. I don't think we just say Dizzle, because you also say J Dizzle for JD, and I'm sure there's lots of other Dizzles that you mention on your stream. I'll drop you in my mind. I mean, you know, you can squash me, you can blow me off the screen, you can put me into witless protection. There's lots of things you can do to me. You just can't drop me into the cellar with a big splush. You had one job, right? Right. Well, let's not bash Lodoc too much. You know, Lodoc did actually rectify the situation. So if anybody else wants to follow and just has realised they're not following, I do have anonymous follows on. So, you know, we can keep it between us. Okay. Nobody needs to know. And apparently the follow thing is now hiding behind the progress bar. Why? Why would that be? Why would it do that? Follow anim. There it is. That needs to be dragged above the goal progress bar. Okay, let me try it again. There we go. Back in front and center. Well, slightly off center. Okay. Have you seen any birds use the house yet? Yes, we have had blue jays, we have had cardinals, mourning doves. There's actually quite a number of birds, bird species that we have around here. We've also seen hummingbirds use the hummingbird feeder. The naughty squirrel that runs across.
Hey, Ice Bear, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Yes, thank you. I will join Mr. Attenborough in joining the thanks. Yeah, so Mrs. Gamey, I bought this as a present some time ago. See, look, you even get cars. Even cars want to drive by and get on their 5 minutes of fame. Yeah, I think this is probably the best present that Mrs. Gamey has received yet, because she loves it. If you pay, I think it's $3 a month, $4 a month, you can use their cloud services and you can store the recordings. And also it uses AI to identify the species of bird. So it'll tell you, hey, look, there's a blue jay. And also it comes with a squirrel scarer. So if you pay monthly, it gives you the option to press a button in the app and it'll let out a screechy alarm that is supposed to scare off squirrels. It doesn't work. The alarm works, it goes off, and the squirrel's like, did anybody hear something there? No? No? Okay. I'll just keep eating all this bird seed then, which is clearly not meant for squirrels. So, best prezi to Mrs. Gamey from you is you. I mean, you're trying to make me blush now, Berlin. Yeah. Game on. Yeah, so there's no telling, really, what you might see. Squirrels are braver there. I'll tell you, they're more domesticated than you think. I mean, you say they're braver, but what I tend to do is if I see one on the bird feeder, because it's literally like just here outside my window, I very, very quietly turn the door handle, very quietly open the door, and sometimes the little ears will prick up and he'll like look around and he'll look towards the door because he hears something. But I'm ninja style, like very quietly open it up, and then I go and I scare him and he runs off. And yeah, they're brave until you actually go out and confront them. Then they're not very brave at all, and they just run off. So yeah. Okay, it is working. So I added a marker a few streams ago and I wanted to check that it was working. So I pressed it a few times on a previous stream and then I went in to look and there were all these yellow lines in my video editor and it said marked, or marker, which is good because then that gives me the opportunity to go back later and look through it and possibly create clips. But I feel like also I need to not have the animation on the screen, because if I'm like, oh, that would be a good thing to clip and put on social media, and then I'll go back to clip it, and all of a sudden there's this big stamp going marked. I don't really want that on there. So let's go ahead and take that out. So we have the marker command and then marker animation. Let's disable that. Okay. So now we should still get the message in chat. Do we even really need the message in chat? We probably don't, do we? Nobody needs to know when I'm creating these secret markers. Send message path through. Stream marker was just added. Interesting. Am I not seeing where it actually sends the message? Oh, maybe it was in the animation part. Okay, it was, so the fact we commented that out. Okay, so there won't be an animation now. There won't be a message in chat. I think it'll just put a marker on there and nobody will be any the wiser. I can just go back through later. I actually just got an ad for a bird feeder that had squirrels in it. What? I mean, I'm sure if you go to the website for the company that make the bird feeder, they probably show you, oh look, you got a squirrel scarer, and they press it, and then they've probably done something like fired a gunshot behind the camera just to scare the squirrels off, but they, you know, cut that out. Okay, we've got some possible storms on the way, just a heads up. They probably just take that out in post, and then they'll put the sound of the squirrel scarer over it instead, so it looks like, hey look, that squirrel scarer really works, but it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't, because to be honest, it makes me jump. The alarm is quite loud when it goes off. You can actually set it to be motion sensor. You can either press a button and set it off manually, or you can have it motion sensed. So Mrs. Gamey usually enables it at night, and then if something comes in the middle of the night, like a possum that we may or may not have seen one time, yeah, the alarm goes off. Probably wakes up all the neighbours, and they probably look out the window and go, what's that alarm? But by the time they've done that, it only goes for like 5 seconds and then it stops. So there we are. I used to know this guy in Temple whose job it was to clap bricks of acrylic together and scare birds off the top of the big Scott and White hospital. Oh really? And that is a huge hospital in Temple. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. Now Shark Geek's trying to get me to dox myself. I'm in driving distance of Temple. Maybe that would scare your squirrels off. But what I'm thinking is, I found out there are things called baffles, squirrel baffles, which is pretty much looks like a cone that you put around, I guess, the post on the porch, and then they can't get up because there's a cone shape stopping them. They can't kind of get up and go around it. And then you put one above the bird feeder and one below it, and then they can't come down because they'll slip off the baffle and end up in the garden. And they can't go up because there's this big chimney type thing, umbrella type, I guess is a better way of describing it. So I might be getting a couple of baffles on there. We'll see. IRL Scarecrow, yeah. It just needs, I need to go, Spirit Halloween is setting up in town again because it's nearly that time of year, spoopy month. Maybe I need one of those things you can activate with a button, and then I'll just like have a big scarecrow like laying on the bench on the porch, and then when the squirrel comes I'll just press it and do the animation. That's the thing though. How do you get another feeder for the squirrels? How do you go, hey squirrels, when you come over to my porch, when you start trespassing on my property, make sure you go to that feeder over there and not this one, okay? Because all the birds are on this one. I don't know. I think the squirrels would just come over and they would eat the things they like to eat in their feeder, and then they would still just go across to the bird feeder and eat the bird seed, because I think they're just greedy. And those things are expensive. I don't know if you've ever bought a bird feeder with a camera in it like that. I mean, I got a good deal and I had a discount. Me and Sparky, we're frugal. The Sparky knows I didn't pay full price. But even with a discount, it was expensive. Need a sign with a picture of a squirrel on and an arrow pointing to the feeder. Yeah, or we assume they can read and then we have a sign saying, squirrels, please feed from this one. Yeah, frugal is the best way. Okay, so we had the new Texas Live asset where we see the bird feeder. All the updates I made since the last stream for witless protection. Now it's Ice Bear Bear's favourite, or one of Ice Bear Bear's favourite portions of the stream, where we look at the new flash deals that are 70% off on the asset store. We'll pin it for, let's say, 10 minutes, just because.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
I think Ice Bear Bear has a copy and is ready to rock and roll with the new flash deals. So, show browser. All right, so it's the summer sale. All the assets in the summer sale are 50% off, except for the flash deals, which are 70% off, or on Wednesdays up to 98% off. That's a secret we're going to save until Wednesday. So, what do we have today? We have 118 Sprite Effects Bundle, usually $70, 70% off, just $21. Look, you can recreate your own Harry Potter scene. That looked like Dementors, didn't it? Get ready. Look, Dementor flying around the scene. But I think what we're focusing on here is the sprite effects. I like the puffs of smoke, wisps of... Why? Igni, get down! The wispy stuff. And if you need sprite effects, which I don't because, you know, I do use sprites for UI, but I don't really work in 2D.
Hey, Tubby Crumbles, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Thank you, Tubby Crumbles. Oh, look, we have a hummingbird. What? A hummingbird at the feeder. Very timely, Tubby. GG's. Burb! Hummingbird. And it's gone. Okay, it might be back. They don't go very far. I think they actually live in our neighbour's tree. Then we have a neighbour the other side that has a woodpecker. So that's not annoying when that starts pecking away. But yeah, look, the candelabra thing in the distance on my neighbour's house is now lit up. I don't think that was lit up before, was it? Interesting. It's getting lighter and then it lights up. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Okay, before we go any further, we're almost an hour and a quarter into the stream and I haven't topped up my coffee. And also, if you remember, I only have my blue can down.
Basically, what you're trying to say is that you can't control it. I'm not trying to say that. The whole bloody ship is.
Mm-hmm.
Colour scheme that freaks me. I mean, when you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labelled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this?
What is this? It could well be. I love hummingbirds. Hey, that castle my wife's parents... Oh, at that castle my wife's parents rented, they had 4 hummingbird feeders that got so much traffic all day long, even while we were sitting out on the porch. Yeah, we went to a place once called Quiet Hill Ranch. They're not actually running anymore. They're not at least using it as a Airbnb. And we went there and they had like a hide, is that the right terminology? Anyway, it was this like place that you could go into, this mini building where you could do bird watching, and they had hummingbird feeders, and I think that was where I first saw hummingbirds up close, and got some really good pictures. Yeah. So I'm going to grab a coffee. I'm going to make sure I put my green can down, because when you use the Texas Live redemption, just underneath the bird feeder, you can just see the blue that is my can. I see how this is now. You're going to wait until I go down on doing the can, and then you're going to try and use the redemption. I don't think it works on the BRB scene, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, BRB!
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Doesn't seem to matter what I do, I'm always number 2. No one knows how hard I tried. Oh, I have feelings that I can't explain, driving me insane all my life, being so polite.
Stop it. Get some help.
Okay, so, minimize that. One of my lights has gone out again.
Where I see love, she sees a friend. What will it take for her to see the man behind the tan and fight for me?
Stop it. Get some help.
Well, that was the second one, so I believe we might be in for a GLaDOS one yet. So, we'll see. I hears me a rumbling outside.
Anywhere else it'd be a 10. Is it my destiny to live and die a life of blonde fragility? Aim just can where I see love. She sees a friend, what will it take for her to see the man behind the 10 and fight for me? Just can and aim enough and aim great at doing stuff, so hey, check me out.
Yeah. Sammy, how you doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How you doing? It's been far too long. Seems like it's been 17 years. Or is it 73 years and I still smell the fresh paint? Or something like that. Yeah. How you doing, Sammy? Welcome on in. We're just having a quick look at the flash deals and the Unity Asset Store for today. Gonna have a quick whiz through this, and then we're going to see if we can get to the game dev portion of the stream. We might even get some game dev done today. Crazy, I know, but there you go. We'll give it a try. Good Lord loves a trier, as they say. Yeah, so there's some rumbling going on outside. There's a lightning that's going on outside, and there's 65% chance of it actually chucking it down for the next couple of hours. So, all being well, everything will stay up, everything will stay stable. I have my hardware hooked up to a UPS. I have the internet hardware hooked up to another UPS, so we should be able to ride those spikes and any short power outages. But obviously if it goes for a while, then yeah, we might be in some deep water. I'm fine. Somehow my Twitch account got suspended for a while, but I'm back again. Oh, Sammy, what did you do? Did you get Twitch spanked? Did they tell you why it was suspended? As you know, as a streamer, I get Twitch spanked sometimes for naughtiness, like when I used to have the song request command and played songs that maybe I shouldn't have. They said please don't, so I said okay, I won't. But did they not tell you? Somehow it got suspended. Curious. Well, if you weren't here at the weekend, you might not know that I got a new TV. It is through this TV here. 3D DLP home cinema TV. Yeah, it's a glorious 73 inches. It is the man, the myth, the Irish leg end. It is, in fact, Irish John Games in the house. I mean, it would be remiss of us to not do a shout out, right? And get a clip-a-rooney, a wholesome clip from the man himself's stream. There he is. Boom! Kapow! We haven't seen Turgus in a while, have we?
You've destroyed enemy zero.
How do you feel about the itch.io editor?
It's like it's
I don't like it. It's not WYSIWYG. It's not very intelligent, and it mostly annoys me. A lot, personally, that I get annoyed with is the alignment. So you just have something there. Oh, this text is in the center. Oh, this text is offset to the left. This text is fully justified on both sides. Save. Wait, what are you doing? Now it's all showing in the center. That's usually how it works out for me. So I don't know if your experience is the same, Jerem, but yeah. That small TV, yes. And I don't really know if we can see the tiny TV behind me. It's not in its final location yet. It's over. Oh, hello. Is it not going to let me manually do the thing? It just keeps reverting back. Don't do that. Can we just move it over here? No, you're just going to keep going back. Is that how it is? Standard tracking, motion tracking. Nope, it's just going to keep bouncing back to the middle. Okay. Well, anyway, trust me, the TV's behind me. When I have it all set up and looking nice, then I'll see if I can either get a picture or maybe my webcam will behave and not keep trying to center on my ugly mug. But yeah, so I got the TV Saturday. I didn't really get to test it properly until Saturday evening, make sure it worked okay. On Saturday, we went to a Goodwill and they had a TV stand, less than $10, and it would have been perfect. But I didn't want to buy a TV stand, and then there was an issue with the TV, and then I'm just left with a stand and no TV. So tested the TV Saturday night, went back to Goodwill on Sunday, which was like a 30-minute drive. They'd sold it. They hadn't got it anymore. So consequently, the TV is sitting on the floor at the moment until I can get something better to sit it on. So something along those lines, yeah. I hate it with a burning passion, if I'm honest. The itch.io editor really needs some work. Bought some ice cream. Ooh! So one of my favourite ice cream flavours is Haagen-Dazs rum and raisin. Oh, chef's kiss, that is. Mmm. First 4 instructions are kind of funny. Read these instructions, keep these instructions, heed all warnings, follow all instructions. I do have to think that a lot of these instructions, especially something like Mitsubishi, who I believe is a Japanese company, gets lost. Things get lost in translation. But yeah, what I didn't realise when I bought the TV, I bought it from a thrift store for $30. $30 for a 73-inch TV, and I thought, well, let me have a look, see what condition it's in. Mint, no scratches on the screen, no blemishes, nothing. Looked at the remote, mint. Open the battery compartment on the remote. Mitsubishi batteries, the OG batteries were in the remote. And that's what makes me think that it's pretty much never been used, because the remote works with the original batteries in. Nobody goes and buys Mitsubishi batteries, you just get them with Mitsubishi item. Why would you? These emotes, really. I think when you can put them together like that, that just makes it, doesn't it? That's not distracting. Anyway, yeah, so I pretty much got this TV, which the thrift store is actually part of the church, and apparently the TV belonged to the best friend of the pastor. I pronounce it pastor because if I pronounce it pasta, people are going to think it's like spaghetti or noodles or something. Yeah, so I don't know where he had this TV. Definitely wasn't their main TV unless they didn't really watch TV much. But the sticker on the back says it was made in 2012. And the only wear and tear on it really is on the sticker. It's like slight browning on the sticker, I guess because of the age. TV, I'm hoping there's a menu setting I can go into somewhere that tells me how many hours are left on the bulb or how many hours have been used. And that will give me a better indication. But I really don't think it's been used at all. We don't have Mitsubishi TVs here in Finland, at least never seen them. Yeah, so I don't even know if Mitsubishi is still making TVs. I mean, they make Mitsubishi Electric, I guess, make the TVs and the electronic stuff, and then Mitsubishi, the sister brand, make cars, Mitsubishi cars. But I don't even know if Mitsubishi as a company is still going, still in business. But yeah, I mean, I turned it on, it came up fine. I was given a USB widget with it, which is a Wi-Fi dongle, so it hooked up to the Wi-Fi. I did the system update on it, and yeah, it's great. The idea is it's not going to replace my main TV. It's going to go in the corner over here, this corner here where my thumb is, and it's going to be like a console corner. We're going to have a bunch of consoles hooked up to it, and then have some big screen gaming going on. And it also supports 3D, which apparently the PS3, PS4, PS5 all have 3D modes. I don't know how you set them up, so there's going to be some Google in there. But if anybody has played like 3D games before, let me know. I'm curious. My BFF is a tortellini. I see what you did there because I said about pasta. Okay, all right. I'm a bit slow on the uptake this morning. So the reason that Irish John Games was mentioning the itch.io editor is because very soon it's going to be a new Journ Jam. Yes, the annual game jam from Irish John Games. Well, this year from the collab team of Irish John Games and Science Streams, aka Belint, is going to be another game jam. And you may or may not be able to see the page launching later today. So my guess is that certain Irish game developer might have been wrangling with the itch.io editor and struggling to get it to look exactly as he would like. Okay, so that's the latest TV update. All right, so sprite effects, hyper casual, arcade, idle engine. Apparently I already own this. If you don't own this and you want to create some hyper casual games, mobile mostly, then you could do better than paying $60, and you could just pay $18 and get this at 70% off. Mesh Tools Bundle 1, usually $90, and get it today for $27. Mesh Extractor, take those assets apart. Okay, so you can actually pull meshes out of models. Very nice. Don't need it, but very nice. Another one I apparently already own, TPS 3, third-person shooter game kit plus vehicle physics. Now, I think this is one of those things, one of those assets where it has a lot of dependencies you can bolt things onto. So you buy the basic third-person shooter game kit, and then you can buy things like a parkour asset and other bolt-ons. $60 down to $18. Projectiles Mega Pack. Gabriel Aguiar prod. Gabriel Aguiar has some fantastic assets, and also has a good YouTube channel where he tells you how he creates a lot of these things. $64 down to $19.20 is a steal. somebody had done the Texas Live, you might have seen the garbage truck, but he's gone now. You missed your opportunity. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, if you need some stylized projectiles like this, I would recommend getting this mega pack before it goes off sale in 22 hours and 53 minutes. Advanced multiplayer game template. $70 down to $21. Looks like a GTA type game they have in the example, but RPG Monster Bundle. Dungeon Mason has some great assets. I have some assets already that I've purchased. I think I've used them in jam games before, or at least prototypes, but never in a finished game. If we look at Dungeon Mason's offerings, all by price. Got some freebies. Haven't seen that tiny forest before. Okay, so freebie, 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 another freebie, more freebies, free. So as you can see, Dungeon Mason has a lot of free assets before we even start getting to the assets that you pay for. A lot individual characters you have free, but then you get bigger packs, and it's the bigger packs that I've purchased before. We scroll down. Space Fighter pack. I think we probably even used that in the Tripe game that we created, the R-Type clone. But I know there's another pack further down here. Here we go. Modular Animal Night PBR. Look, $25. I bought it when it was on sale, I think. At some point, I'd like to create a game with these characters in, even if it's only a jam game, because they're really impressive. Love the art style. Arty Monster Rumble PBR. I feel like I didn't buy this. I feel like this was a Publisher of the Week offering, and that this was the free asset. I would not have purchased this one in particular, but you know, I would grab it for free. And then Battle Royale Hero PBR. I think I did buy this one. I think this was on new release discount. I think that's when I maybe bought it. Yeah, look at all those characters. Loads of characters. And then RPG Monster, but I didn't realise I actually had so many of their assets. But RPG Monster Bundle. I've got any biscuits for sale? No, no biscuits for sale. I do have. Remember, I bought 8 boxes of these things, but Pop-Tarts. Chomping on Pop-Tarts at the moment, but no biscuits. Thank you, Ice Bear, for those blurt biddies. Yeah, so very prolific. Has some great assets. You can get this Monster Bundle for $18 instead of $60. Bargain. Meow. Lovato Studio. I was going to say Lovato, like Demi Lovato, but there's 2 T's, so I'm going to go with Lovato. Multiplayer FPS. If you're looking to create a first-person shooter, it is in fact multiplayer. This could be where your money should be dropped today. $60 down to $18. But hurry! Call in the next 22 hours and 49 minutes, and you can get this asset for $18. Alright, so MMO, RPG, massive multiplayer online role-playing game kit, Mamorg, $80 down to $24. 2D, 3D survival. This looks a bit like Ice Bear's game, but not as good. Ice Bear's creating a zombie game, which looks better than this. But anyway, if you don't have the skills of Ice Bear, you might want to not spend $80, just spend $24 today. and then get all the stuffs. Alright, so also, continuing on the MMORPG theme, we've got MMO RPG Remastered, which apparently I own, $80, also down to 24. It's true, Bear, you know it's true. Stop hiding your light under a bushel, as they say. Flare Engine, 2D Tools, which apparently I also own. 2D platformer tools for Unity. Here we go, look, you can create your own Celeste type game. Or your own Memory type game, like Practical NPC just did a release of. It's $15 today instead of $50. Spaceship with full interior. Oh no, we're on to the 60% now, so this was an old one. Alright, so that's all done for today. Yeah, they're all the ones in the current sale. So that's that. Close that out. And then we'll close that out. And then we'll close out the trailer that Balint showed us. And then we'll close out that one about keys. Back to the TV. And, oh, unlucky for some. Oh, 13, jump to 15. Alright, so it's 4 days and 3 hours left talking about game jams until the Holistic 3D game jam launches. If you did want to join in, I'm hosting this particular jam in particular. But it's official. I absolutely hate UI now. One of us. Nice. You know, also hates UI. Irish John Games hates it with a passion. Yeah, I personally don't mind UI. I feel like it's one of those areas that, yes, sometimes you have to work quite hard at getting it how you want it. But I also feel like it's one of those most rewarding areas. And when you do have it how you want it, it looks great. I'm putting zombies on pause for the jam. Can't wait. Excellent. Which jam is it you'll be participating in, Ice Bear? Is it the Holistic 3D Game Jam? Or is it the Irish John Games Jam? Or is it both? In fact, are you going to do that on pause? Aha! Yeah, you see, unintended pun there, Freshie. A bear putting something on pause that isn't jam. So you could actually do both, because the Holistic 3D Game Jam ends on August 22nd, which is before the Irish John Games Jam starts. So I'm not sure which jams I'll be participating in. I usually like to do no more than 3 jams a year, not least because I find them exhausting. You know, I always fly solo, so you have to do everything yourself. All the art, all the music, all the coding, all the stuff. But yeah, it can be exhausting. And the pressure is real. Get it finished in time. So we started working, if you remember, on a previous stream on the Messy Coder Game Jam on the Little Red Riding Hood game. We didn't get to throw enough time at that, so we didn't get to the finish line. I already did the Cinti Studios Jam, where I had the Cowboy Pack playing Rock, Paper, Scissors. That one I did finish and get submitted. And then there's this one, the Holistic 3D Game Jam, which I'm hosting. I might host and participate in. I'm not sure yet. But if I do participate in it, I really want to use the Horror Mansion pack from Cinti Studios, if I can wangle that into the theme at all, because I haven't done a horror game before as such, and I think it might be interesting. So I might do this jam, and then I may or may not participate in the Irish John Games Jam. I'll encourage everybody else to, but you know, I am but one person. There is a limit to the amount of time that I have. And even though you're probably going to get a couple of weeks, they do soon fly by when you're trying to create something. But you know me, whichever jam I do participate in, I'll be streaming it. So either at the end of the week, I'm going to be starting streaming me working on the Holistic 3D game jam, or I'll just be marketing it but not participating, and then I'll participate in the Joan Jam. Holistic 3D, I've heard the host is a gem of a human. I mean, I can neither.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
But you might be right there. I couldn't possibly say. All right, so 15 joined. It's not a huge buy-in at the moment, and as we know, just because 15 join mean you'll probably be lucky to get 5 entries. So discoverability is not going to be an issue. I'm going to send out another social blast, another reminder, and a newsletter this week to Holistic 3D peeps. Hey, don't forget, in case you did know already, but if you didn't know, then this is your notice. There is a jam starting at the end of the week, August 8th. August 8th being Friday, so it starts on Friday at 3 p.m. my time, and then finishes 2 weeks later, August the 22nd, also 3 p.m. So, voting is currently underway on Facebook and on Discord. Let's see. Let me just blur this for a moment because I don't want to dox myself at all. I'm not sure how much comes up, and yeah, I don't want to give anything away. I've already got in trouble with Shark Geek doxing myself today, so I don't want to do that. What I will do is I will scroll down here and I will go to the Holistic group, and then I will find the poll. Not that kind of poll, get your minds out the gutter. Alright, so here is the poll. Choose your fave theme for Holistic 3D Game Jam 2025. The winning theme will be chosen from the top 3 most voted. That's the jam page that we were looking at, that I posted in chat. The Great Flood, that's 1%. Unexpected Mashup, 37%. Race to the Bottom, 62%. Okay. Now, how does that tie in with the poll on Discord? Well, let me tell you. I will go to the Holistic 3D Discord server and the Jam Talk channel, and we have the Great Flood has 1 vote, Shocking has 3 votes, Unexpected Mashup has 6 votes, Race to the Bottom has 3 votes, and Spin Class has 5 votes. So quite a larger spread of voting on Discord. Race to the Bottom sounds like a good theme. Yeah, so if we just took it solely on what was voted for on Facebook, and we ignored the fact there was a Discord poll to combine it with, the top 3 that they'd be voted on are pretty much the only 3 with votes. So it would be the Great Flood, Unexpected Mashup, and Race to the Bottom. So, like I was saying before on a previous stream, once you know that the theme's going to be chosen from the top 3, when it's getting closer to the time, you can pretty much tell which the top 3 are going to be. And so that's when I start brainstorming and coming up with ideas for each of those 3. And that way then, when the theme gets finally announced, I can be like, okay, it was that one, so this is the idea I'm going with. Rather than brainstorming and wasting time during the dam? I don't think it's a dam, there's no beavers. yeah, you don't have to spend time once the jam starts, as the clock's ticking, to then start brainstorming and coming up with something, if you can do it in advance. So a quick tip there for you, okay? So if the jam theme, if you can narrow it down and then come up with ideas for each of those, it's going to save you some time when it finally starts. Yeah, jams are fun. I like doing jams. Bear taking notes like he needs to take notes. Alrighty, so that, as they say, is that. So we covered the Flash deals. I'm still working on the Sonic the Hedgehog redemption. I'm not going to say it's almost finished because I did make quite a big change to it. The original idea was that I would race around the screen, the outside of the screen, collecting the rings. I've actually put a loop in the middle of the screen now, so I need to rejig the movement logic to try and get things working properly. But I'm hoping we can maybe wrap it up this week and get it added. And then I'm not going to touch the redemptions for a while. I'm just going to be like, okay, all right, we've had witless protection, got Texas Live now, we've got an extra webcam in there, got the Sonic the Hedgehog, pause, okay. I'm not saying we won't do some things on a weekend, on a Sandbox Saturday, but I think we're getting a pretty solid base for having stream stuff set up, and need to concentrate on getting Rescue Ball onto the Steam store.
Hey Ice Bear, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
I think you can see what the weather is like without using the weather command. Partly cloudy. I think that's a bit wrong. I think it's actually partly rainy, looking at that. So you can see my blue can at the bottom of that picture in the middle. You can just see some blue to the right of the yellow flowers. So it wasn't actually raining when I grabbed my coffee and I took my green can down, so thankfully I got out there between showers. I love rain too, Aggie. Not least because we don't really get much of it. Look, there's my neighbour. There's my neighbour. Hi, neighbour. Neighbour cam. Yeah, Peeping Tom cam. Maybe we need to rename it. But yeah, I consciously positioned the camera so it doesn't get in their driveway. It doesn't get in their front door, so you don't actually see that. Nice cans. Freshy. Yeah, so that's our neighbour just coming out into the rain and now going back inside, so yeah, I'll tell you what, right, riveting redemptions, right? You can turn on a webcam and watch the neighbour walk down the drive. I mean, where else can you get this kind of quality content, I ask you? Nowhere on this platform, I'm telling you right now. All right. I'm going to drink this last drop of cold coffee. Today's snack is, in fact, Girl Scout cookie Pop-Tarts, DC Aggie. This particular one was Thin Mints. So last weekend, weekend before the one that's just gone, Sam's Club had a special offer. 91 cents, I think it was, for a box of 32 Pop-Tarts. So we bought 8 boxes, because why not? I'm slowly working my way through them. How about neighborhood cam bingo cards? Yeah, and then maybe we can use the heat extension in StreamerBot, and then you can like click on the screen to say, hey, I just saw a neighbor. Hey, I saw a hummingbird. Possibly. All right, let's have a look at my volume mixer here. Make sure that we're not getting any bleeps and bloops that we're not supposed to have. And then we can jump into Unity and get our game dev on, something like that. All right, mute you, Discord. Thank you very much. Oh, no, it's a bit too cold. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think so. Okay, show Unity. All right. Have a look. Even though we took out... Which I guess it's probably easier just to enable them again, isn't it? Hang on. Did I completely delete them? I may have completely deleted them. I think I completely deleted them. Do you remember when we had the song requests before? We actually had the option to skip a song and replay a song. I thought I just disabled them, but I don't see them at all. So I think I might have just deleted them. So let's see whether we have commands that we can actually use, because you know we're actually going to get a lot of songs where we don't really like them, since we're being good and we're just playing DMCA safe stuff.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Thinking about brewing some iced coffee overnight, but it uses so much more grounds than AeroPress or pour over. Seems fiscally irresponsible. Well, sometimes Sir Grunge drops in. Sir Grunge is our resident coffee and hot beverage expert, so he would be better placed to comment on that, but I say you do you. Life's too short sometimes. All right, so let's have a look. We have skip to next song, so let's enable that. And then if we look at commands, skip to next song, that's already enabled. We have Spotify next. Didn't really do a lot, did it? Let's enable the trigger as well. Enabled. Let's try it again. Okay, it does work. S next skips to next song. Is there anything else we can have in here? Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Now playing. No. Okay. Okay, so where do we get to? So we're looking at this waypoint controller and the waypoint arrow, and this arrow is supposed to just come on the screen when there aren't any pedestrians in close proximity, and then if that happens and they get too far away from you, then you need some helpful guidance to know which way to go. Otherwise, if there's like a few pedestrians left and they're all in one corner, and then you're just happily rolling off, wandering down to the opposite corner, which is not going to make for a very fun game, is it? So that was the whole idea behind coming up with directional arrow. You saw it in Crazy Taxi. We watched a playthrough of Crazy Taxi where the arrow doesn't show all the time. It doesn't direct you to the next fare to pick up. It does direct you to the destination that the person you pick up wants to go to. So along a similar vein, it's not going to be on screen all the time, just when it's needed. However, for testing purposes, we are going to leave the arrow on screen all the time, just so we can make sure it is working correctly. And when we looked at the waypoint controller, we saw that the direction of the arrow is determined by these waypoints. So one of the issues we have is that we can't actually drag objects to these waypoints if it in fact is going to work that way. Simply because the pedestrians don't exist until the game starts and then they get instantiated. Now, if we're always going to have the same number of pedestrians, what we could do is, to save time as well, is to have them in the scene ready when the game starts. Don't instantiate them, that's going to take up resources. Just have them already in the scene. And if we did have them already in the scene, that means we know who they are, where they are, and we could actually use them as waypoints. I'm just trying to think which way would work best. I think we probably need to do that. We instantiated them originally because, you know, we were doing testing and we had certain waypoints in the scene and we needed to generate a bunch of people at a specific spot when the game started. Could make a Christmas one when this is done, with the ball being a giant snowball and the people wearing Christmas hats. That's actually not bad as a future DLC. I don't think that will be too difficult to adapt the final game to. And then maybe have like a snow covering. Then have to think about what happens when the city floods. Maybe it floods and people get lifted up on it, but then it's so cold that the water freezes and it stays flooded, and then they start ice skating around the city. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, anyway, I'm trying not to rabbit hole because I'm trying to get it finished. But yes, for future DLC, that's entirely possible. Okay, so do we have some documentation for this arrow? We do. On to change the waypoint system, set the total amount of waypoints, press the clean up old waypoints button to delete any waypoints not used by the system from the scene. When a collider with the tag player collides with a waypoint, current target changes to the next waypoint. See, I'm not sure if this is working, if this is going to work the way I want it to work. So it's saying there's basically a list of waypoints, and as the player reaches that particular waypoint, current target changes to the next waypoint. Okay, so in theory, if we can grab, we go back to the controller. Say we have 6 waypoints by default. If we can grab the 6 nearest people and put them in, populate this component called waypoint controller, in theory, the arrow should point to the nearest one. This is where it gets a bit complicated. There you go, Ice Bear Bear with all the emotes. This is where it gets a bit complicated because the waypoints move. It's not like, okay, these are collectibles in the scene, they're going to be static, they're just going to be at set points. And then, okay, the arrow is going to direct us to the first one or the nearest one. We're actually talking about moving pedestrians. These are people that are going to be literally moving around the scene. And so the pedestrians that are closest to us are going to change. So when the game starts, we could go, okay, let's grab the 6 nearest people. And then it might start directing us to waypoint 1, which is the nearest person. But then that nearest person might have walked halfway across the map and be gone. And there might be 50 other people that are closer to us that we have to get through to get to that one person. So the trick is going to be, how do we keep updating the waypoints so it knows who the nearest person is. Because there's two things that we're going to need to know. We're going to need to know if there are any pedestrians close enough to us within a certain radius. And if there are not, that's when we need to make the radius bigger until we actually find somebody and then add them to the waypoint. But then we're going to start directing ourselves with the arrow to that person, but then won't necessarily stay the closest person to us. I'm getting close to actually thinking that we might ditch the arrow, directional arrow idea altogether. Just because it's not that I don't like a challenge, it's not that I don't like things that are difficult that I can then overcome, because, you know, the quickest way to get me to work on something is to say that it can't be done. However, I don't want to spend such a long time trying to get this working when really we could solve it a different way by, say, going back to the original mini-map system where, you know, you can bring up a mini-map and it'll show you the whole reset. It'll bring you up the whole map, and then you can see on the map at a glance where the nearest pedestrians are. And it's that time of the day where I get a random text to my phone for no apparent reason. Hello, what's something nice that happened today? Here's something that happened that was nice. I was able to delete and report your message as junk, so hopefully you can't bother anybody else. How about that? Sounds like CS homework where you calculate the expense of paths or find all leaves with a cost of less than or equal to X. Yeah, I mean, you know, pathfinding could feature, but then also how many resources am I going to use? How hungry is it going to be for me to have to keep redoing the calculation because the pedestrians are moving? You said that you would only show the waypoint when there aren't people close by, right? Yeah, but even then there has to be a calculation not necessarily every frame, but every so often to determine if anybody's going to be close. So potentially, I mean, there's a couple of ways of doing it. I could either use like physics overlap sphere or something and see if anybody is inside the sphere. Or I could, each pedestrian is already tagged. It has a certain tag. So at the start of the game, I could take all of those objects. I could identify those objects in the hierarchy and either throw them all into the waypoints and let that script figure it out, or throw them into an array and then keep calculating based on which one is closest. But it just seems like a... So once you identify that there is no one nearby enough that you should pick the closest, choose the closest and don't update it. Just keep the one that was selected as the waypoint until one of two things happen. You pick up a new pedestrian, you get close enough to that picked one. Yeah, but there again, the one it picks outside of the sphere, as in it's not close enough to me, then by the time I reach them, they might have walked across the other side of the map, and there might be another 10 pedestrians that have got closer than they were. And then how do you handle that situation? Because at that point, you've already calculated, hey, this pedestrian is nearest to me, even though they're not close enough for me to get to easily. Because what I thought originally was, well, hang on a minute, this is quite a sizable city, and usually when you have a mini map, it shows you a portion. Oh, reset. It shows you a portion of the screen or of the level. And so potentially you might be shown like the bottom corner of the map close to where you are, and there might not be any pedestrians in that corner. So, decisions. So yeah, my original idea was maybe to have a map here that you can see through, but it comes up as like a tinted panel. And then on the panel, you could just see like red dots, maybe. If it was a black panel, you could have red dots for the pedestrians. And then you could see them moving about in the scene. Should be okay. The more annoying thing for the player, I think, would be a constantly updating waypoint. So instead, the waypoint is more of a suggestion as opposed to nearest. Yeah. I don't know, the more I think about it, the more I think, because it's going to be dynamic and like you say, it's going to be a suggestion as opposed to, hey, this will direct you to the nearest person. I mean, also, player won't know which pedestrian the arrow is directing you to. So if you were heading towards a specific pedestrian, and then suddenly between you and that pedestrian there was another pedestrian, it would still point at them, so you wouldn't know that wasn't the one. And so if when you got close enough to a pedestrian, or if suddenly you can see a pedestrian in the camera view, then just turn off the arrow. That would be a way around it as well. So the player wouldn't know that you were directing them to a different pedestrian, because as far as they're concerned, you're being directed to a pedestrian, and then suddenly, oh look, there's one in the camera view. That must be the one it was directing me to, and then the arrow disappears. Waypoint is an arrow pointing to a nearby person. No, so the arrow is the arrow. The waypoint would be where the arrow points to, which in this instance would be pedestrians in the scene. So as you can see there, you got waypoint 1 through 6. What you could do is you could do a scan. All of the pedestrians are tagged anyway, so I could say, right, look through, do a distance to the player and all of the pedestrians that are left in the scene, and then take the 6 closest and put those into the waypoint slots. And that way then the arrow would point to closest one of those 6. The only time I see where it wouldn't work would be if, yeah, potentially, especially if it was the last pedestrian left, you could end up just chasing them around the scene. Because the arrow would say, okay, they're down here, and then they move and go to the opposite corner. Oh no, now they're down here, and you just forever be chasing your tail. So do we just continue down the directional arrow road, or do we take a diversion and say, okay, well, maybe we'll just go with the mini-map idea? And then we did that, we have to decide when we were going to bring up the mini-map. Chasing my tail until I'm a tired pup sounds like a fun day to me. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is though, because of the scale of the city and how long potentially it could take you to traverse the city, to try and get to somebody that was in the far corner, but now you've taken time getting there, they've actually moved. Very good. How are you doing? It's all fun and games until the tail starts chasing you. Exactly. I mean, that's a whole other game. Yeah. Potentially. Yeah, so 2 Amazon packages, both for Mrs. Gamey, likely stuff for her work, and the one package I'm waiting for hasn't arrived. The question is why, and what time can I expect my package? Arriving today. Does it even show as shipped yet? No, it doesn't. Thanks, Amazon. At some point today, my package from Amazon will be here. I say my package, it's actually medicine for the dogs, but anyway. Oh, you're dropping the waypoint on the location they were, as opposed to attaching the waypoint to that pedestrian. I was thinking something more like Ace Combat, or can't think of examples, something where the arrow points to the target. Ace Combat, maybe. I mean, because I didn't create this arrow, you're probably right, Woman Line. I didn't create this arrow, so I don't know exactly how it works, but you're probably right in that if we're attaching the object itself, the pedestrian does move, then the arrow should point to where the pedestrian is, even when the pedestrian moves. So I guess then we're back to the original.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you for that follow. I guess then we're back to the original scenario of, okay, you could get that person in the list as the first waypoint because they're closest, and then suddenly they don't become the closest anymore. And then it's directing you off down this street going, hey, come on, we're going to find this person. But then you see another pedestrian to the right, which is closer. So then somebody will be like, well, why is the arrow taking me in the opposite direction? I can see the pedestrian right there. So it comes back to we're going to need really to have it constantly updating and showing which is the closest. Because the way it reads in the documentation for the arrow is that, okay, you can put it in, you can populate these waypoints, and then as you go to each one, it will show you the next one. And that's not how I want it to be. Okay, so the waypoint controller has these objects listed underneath it. Now let's do a test. I'm going to hit play, and then when the game starts, I'm going to find one of the people, drag their object into waypoint 1, and then we'll see if the arrow continuously points at them. I think that's a good test to start with. So in theory, if we hit, let's turn around so we can see the people. We hit play, and then it spawns the people, which we just decided probably we're not going to spawn them anyway, just because of we can just put them in the scene. But so we've got these people, and then they suddenly decide after a few seconds they're going to take off on their merry way. Now, one of these people we don't want to pick somebody that's in the middle, because in a few seconds they're going to walk up to the ball and probably hit the ball and get absorbed by the ball. In fact, let's see if we can move the ball out of the way. That'll be the answer, isn't it? Okay, so now what we can do is we come down here. Let's pick this person because they're at the front. And then that's this person here. Now, where's the waypoint? Okay, so we scroll down, so that's at the top. Okay. Waypoint controller, and then if we can drag Mr. Metalhead into... It's not going to let me, is it? It doesn't like objects being dragged in there. So what is it dragging in? Why does it only like these objects? They're untagged, so it's not picking them up by... So they need to have the waypoint script on them, so that's why it's not... Let me do that. So if... Where is the waypoint script? Change it to script. Here it is, waypoint. So if we drag the waypoint script onto Mr. Metalhead, then we go back to the controller. Does it then let's drag Mr. Metalhead in? Yes, it does. Okay, so now we have Mr. Metalhead. We need to see whether, well, I guess the directional arrow didn't follow the ball, but we need to see whether the arrow does follow him. And it's not moving at all, is it? That's not a good test. Why is this not rotating like it should be? Waypoint arrow. Arrow. Waypoint controller. Configure mode is turned on, you must turn it off to complete configuration. Okay, maybe that's a mistake we made. Clean up old waypoint. You're playing Ace Combat 7? What? So why is this? Well, let's stop. Configure mode is on, so let's turn configure mode off. And then hit play again. Oh, it's moving somewhat now. Let's go over here and get out of the way. And then pause it. And then who's at the front this time? This person. Person there. We'll scroll down. We need to put the waypoint script onto that person. And then on waypoint 1. No, on waypoint controller for waypoint 1, be able to drag her in. Alright, let's see if when we hit play again, if it spins around and points to the girl at the front. New. Which is odd, because it was working until we went and changed the waypoint. We put waypoint 1 back on there. And it's not moving again. What? Alright, try it again. Hit play. Let's start moving there. But we're definitely going to need the waypoint arrow to be under the. No, that's not going to work, is it? Because then we tried this before. Because then the arrow rotates when you move the ball. Yeah, not quite what we want the movement of the arrow to be. Oh, if someone quickly does the Texas Live, we're going to be quick enough. We're going to see the garbage truck.
Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
There it is, look. Garbage truck. There's no telling what you're going to see. There we go. I know, I'll spoil you guys. Okay, so we can't actually child the arrow to the player because then it just rolls around when he rotates. We're going to have to do like we do with the camera system, where if we're going with the arrow still, we're going to need to change the position based on a script that's attached and not just by childing it. Just in time for garbage. How are you doing, Captain Grabs? Somebody that knows nothing at all about garbage because they just create quality streams and quality games and quality products is in fact Captain Krabs. There we go. There's all the links for Mr. Krabs. How you doing, Captain Krabs? Any job updates? Anything in the pipeline? Clayman had to leave, raided in, and then had to leave because he was getting ready for his interview. So we're keeping everything crossed that he comes back with good news later. And then it all went okay. Sadly, no. Okay, you'll get there. You got this. We got faith in you, Captain Krabs. It's the power of the claw or something. I'm sure there's a lot of logic, probably, in this script. I just don't like the way it's working at the moment because it's not as easy as it should be. Get this up and running, and it's just frustrating me at this point. Why don't we have a look at the demo scene? Do you think that might give us some idea? Alright, so we have a demo scene, we have a player, and in the scene there is an arrow, and the arrow presumably is pointing at this WP here, this waypoint, and the waypoint controller just has one that's active. So my guess is, once we hit play, the yellow arrow is going to point to this first waypoint object. And then these other objects that are in the scene will light up because they're disabled at the moment, which is why they're grey. And then as we get each one, the next one will light up and the arrow will direct us to it. But let's not guess. Let's just hit play and then we'll see. Okay, so we go this way. It's like, no, you're going the wrong way. Go this way. But then we trigger waypoint 1 and then it says, hey, you reached that, so now I'm going to direct you to waypoint 2. Not great weather today, TD. I mean, it's great for me. I like it when it's rainy and misty, but then as we reach each waypoint, then hides the one we've just been to and then shows the next one. So I guess the only difference between what this is doing and what we need is we're not necessarily going to have the same waypoints all the time. And then we get 6. What happens after 6? Does it go back and light up 1 again, or does it just not do anything? No. And then it just, once you've accessed all of the waypoints, it then just deletes the whole parent object and everything's gone from the scene. Let's try it again. Yes, I must be using a script because the arrow target? No, not that. We have the player up here. Where is the arrow? There's the arrow. Okay, so it is childed to the player. See, it can be childed to the player in this scene because it's not a rotating ball. There's no rotation on the x-axis on the player, so it just hovers over their head. So we have a slightly different scenario again in that not only with the waypoints are ours going to change, so we're going to have to update the waypoints in code, but I wonder if, I don't think this is doing a proximity check, is it? I think it's showing us waypoint 1 just because that's the first one in the list. I think if we run past waypoint 1 and run to where the other waypoints are, I don't think it's going to light up one of the others because we're closer to it. So let's do that as a check. It's directing us back to there, but is it because that's the closest one? So where is waypoint 2? Now we're actually pretty much almost on top of waypoint 2 and it's not changing it. So it's just a physically static list of objects, which, like I say, if they're collectibles and you have to pick them up in a certain order, then that's great. It's ideal for that. So you go, oh, puzzle piece number 1. Okay, got it. Now where's puzzle piece number 2? Oh, it's over here. And then it just works through them systematically. Okay, now it's pointing to number 3. So it does work, and this is also the reason that it worked in Hook'em and Book'em, because the perpetrator I just made be waypoint 1, and that was all you needed, and then the arrow just directed you. Let's have a look how these waypoints are set up. Arrow frequently points to waypoint 1. Contents and order of waypoint list is less frequently updated to show 6 most nearby waypoints. Yeah, so I guess it comes down to really how often we want to update them. As if we just say, okay, well, you know, the man in the suit is going to be waypoint 1 because he's closest. And then, you know, in a matter of seconds, he might not be closest anymore. But I don't really want to keep paging out and trying to see, okay, now who are the 6 closest? Now who are the 6 closest? I mean, maybe at this point, rather than instantiating the people, I need to just manually put people at the waypoints and maybe even turn all the other waypoints off, because we have a number of waypoints, or spawn points if you like, where the pedestrians are spawned when the game starts. So what we can do, like I say, is each of the pedestrians has a certain tag. What?
Hey, Bit Gamey, guess who just got a job?
Clayman Dev. We're all rooting for you. GG's. First it was Clayman, next is going to be Captain Krabs. Well done, Clayman. Excellent news. Thank you for jumping in here and telling all the party people. Appreciate that, because, you know, some people go to other streams and tell them first things. So I'm glad you were able to come back here and spill the tea. So, do you have any more news? Do you know when you start? You know how many more assets it's going to let you buy on the asset store? You know, we got to ask the important questions here. How long did the interview last? Did they have a whole bunch of questions? Was it just a verbal interview? Did they have you do any tests? As soon as possible. Let's go. 30 minutes. That's actually pretty quick. They must have known, like, as soon as you walked in, like I said, they'll be like, why are you not working for us already? Excellent. Some good news for the day. That's what I like to hear. Well done, Clayman. Boom! I thought 30 minutes was long for an interview. I think it depends on the interview. I mean, I've been in interviews that have lasted a lot longer than 30 minutes and they've been through all kinds of questions. Winsing, happy Wednesday, -2. How you doing? Welcome on in. We just had the good news that Clayman Dev not only went for an interview today, but landed the job. I think it's unusual as well that they tell you so soon, because when I've been for interviews before, they've been like, okay, well, we've got some more people to interview, but we'll let you know by the end of the week or, you know, in a couple of weeks. So my last company did a full day of interviews. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I've been both sides of the table. I've interviewed people and I've been interviewed. And like I say, it can depend on what type of job it's for and how many positions are open. Because I feel like if it's one particular job, if it's like, oh, this manager job or a senior position or whatever, then they might spend longer on the interviews. Whereas if it's, okay, we're looking for some help desk staff, and you know, we're looking to fill 40 positions, they're probably not quite so particular, and there might be shorter interviews. But yeah, GG's! Excellent news. So I'm assuming, Clayman, that does mean because you're going to be a busy beaver during the day that we can kiss goodbye to these 15-hour streams now. Are you going to be streaming less? I guess, you know, it can't be all good news. It's not such good news if we get to see less of Clayman, right? Might be part-time. I'll know more later. Ah, okay. Well, excellent news. Keep us posted. Meanwhile, we shall wrangle with so many questions that are coming up. Woof! See, even Jern's happy for you. Say even Jern's happy for you. Like, even Jern's never happy for anybody. So, you know, even Jern's happy. Not how I meant it, but anyway. So what makes these waypoints unique? What makes it so that the arrow does point at them? And why, when we attach the waypoint script to a person, and then we made that person be in the first waypoint slot, did the arrow not point in their direction? Them's the questions. I've got the waypoint controller, waypoint event, just to waypoint 1. Massive amount of stress off the shoulders now, so relieved genuinely. I imagine, because how long had it been? I mean, you don't have to say, but I know it had been a while, hadn't it? That you've been looking, been saying that, you know, you unintentionally became a full-time game dev because nothing was coming up and you weren't landing anything. I was deep into my savings. Well, I mean, that tells you how long it had been then. Yeah. I'm very happy for you, Clay. Very happy. Like next year would have been bad. Well, now you don't have to think about that because guess what? You got the job. Excellent. Because, you know, I think it was getting to the stage where if Clayman had gone on much longer, I think he would have had to have gone into witless protection.
Breaking news, the streamer is now in witness protection. Their name has been completely changed and their identity hidden for their own protection.
Hello, thank you. I would just like to say my name is Sit Famey. You might know somebody with a similar name called Bit Gamey. Obviously that is not me because I have a different name. I would just like to say that I'd like to congratulate, apparently there's somebody called Clayman Dev who just got a job. Yeah, so I don't know him obviously because, you know, I'm not Bit Gamey, but Bit Gamey was really pleased when he found out about the job. He just gave me a quick call and told me about it, so I guess GG, whoever this Clayman Dev is, good job. Yeah, and let's hope for some good news from Captain Krabs as well soon, who I'm led to believe is another streamer who is hopefully soon.
What happened? What happened there? I don't know. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, so we're sorting out this arrow. Need to find out a bit more about why you can't just drag people into the waypoints. Why don't we have a quick look at the script? See what it does. Might give us a bit more of an insight into why it's not behaving how I personally would expect it to behave if I had created the script. I'd sooner you not talk about my knobs on screen. Thank you. While I'm streaming. Bear, you can keep that to DMs. Yeah. Quite frankly, I'm not prepared to discuss knobs while I'm live. Okay. So, not really a lot to this particular waypoint script. So it does do a distance check. Show code. So it does do a vector3.distance check on the position of whatever this script is attached to and the player position. It's determining from the waypoint controller. And it's saying if the distance between the two is less than radius, then change the target. So it does look like it's doing, every update, it looks like it is doing a calculation. Which is confusing because it wasn't acting that way. My apologies, please check DMs later. Yes, I will. I will check my DMs later. See. Thank you, TD. All right. So it looks like all this waypoint script is doing is a distance check. And I guess this radius, basically checking how close you are to the waypoint itself, so that when you get to it, that's when it does this change target. In the waypoint controller script. Okay, we have this main script, waypoint controller, sets up some enums, sets up some variables, controls how fast the arrow should smoothly target the next waypoint, controls how many waypoints should be used, waypoint list, transform used to reference the waypoint arrow. What? What? Wow, we have a new VIP. Thank you, TD. 100,000 hogs. 100,000 channel points. Can you believe it, Aggie? The newest VIP in the stream. So hopefully, if you chat now, TD, you should automatically have the lovely little diamond like Freshie has and like Tubby has. And I feel like you're probably only the third person to ever have used that. I mean, Tubby uses it like once a week, but I feel like Tubby, Freshie, and TD, probably the three people that have used that redemption. Don't go silent on us now, TD. Let's have a look. We want to see you sporting that new gem. I'm not just saying that because I want to see if the automatically thing worked, and it did just give it to you. So you can't just redeem the most expensive redemption on the channel and then just hide your light under a bushel. There it is. Yeah, buddy. Look at that. Clay is VIP as well. Oh, yes. My bad. Clay is VIP as well. So 4 people now. We're up to 4 peeps. I'm not talking. No, you shouldn't talk. But I do see that you're sporting a nice little diamond icon there now that automatically got added because you used that redemption. So, yay! Welcome into the VIP club, TD. Thank you for that massive redemption. Now, some other channels put up the price of their VIP redemption when it gets used. I don't do that. So yeah, it's 100,000 and TD just redeemed it. And guess what? It's still 100,000. So if anybody else was saving for it and they're like, dang it, now I'm going to have even further to go. No, it's still set at 100,000. So you're still good to try and get to that target. So GG's, TD's, thank you very much. That's a lot of points. And yes, you don't have to talk. I can see now that it worked. So yay! That actually completely threw me when that kicked off, that video playing. I was like, okay, let me look at this code. Wait, what's that? I thought to start with it was someone using blurb. I'm like, no, hold on, wait a minute. I don't get to hear this very often, but I do recognize that. And then JD with a celebratory drop, because nobody is happier when good things happen to TD than JD. So, oh. Do you see what happened there? TD comes in, drops 100,000 on the most expensive redemption, and then comes back and drops another 1,000 to disconnect me. So it's like, I'm so happy to be here. I've saved up all these points. Look, now I'm a VIP. Now I'm going to cut you off. There we go. Thank you, TD. And yes, for once, it actually wasn't JD. It was insert letter here, D, but it wasn't a J, it was a T. You did it for JD. I know, you two are besties.
Oh no, I'm being squashed. I thought it wasn't going to work. I thought you were going to lose this one.
It's raining cogs. Come on, DC Aggie, sing with me. It's raining cogs. Yeah, logs. It is just raining cogs. So many cogs. So many channel points. And where's Bears Wednesday? Oh, it already landed. Okay, never mind. We'll quickly move on from that. At least you didn't say insert. No, I did not. Funnily enough, I didn't say that, JD. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't say that, because that's completely wholesome and in keeping with the stream. I was nowhere near the pool. Yeah, the weird thing is I didn't see the drop. I didn't see it coming down, and then suddenly I'm like, oh wait, hang on, what's that faint outline at the bottom of the screen. And look, Freshy's coming to join you, so you can have a picnic at the side of the pool. There we go. Freshy will bring the barbecue. All right. We're not having any successful drops today, and by successful I mean, 99 plus. Oh, the duck's catching up with the tubby. He brought cheese and wine. Very fancy. Let's see. Yeah, nobody's doing great drops today. But JD with his head rub. Rubbing his head. Is he gonna splash? Is he gonna show us all up and show us how it's done? Moving on. Okay, so let's have a look at this code. Blah 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 blah. Reset. Blah blah blah. Update. Configure mode equals switch off to calculate. Yep, we had already turned off configure mode. Check if the script is being executed in the editor. Mode equals switch on. Calculate waypoints. Keep the waypoint arrow pointed at the current waypoint. So, show Unity. So we go back to the main scene. PG scenes. Main level. Don't save that. And if we go back to player. Susie in the house. How you doing, Susie? You missed all the good news we're having today. Clayman ran off earlier after raiding in, said that he was going for an interview, and then just came back and said that he got the job. Said that he got the job, and then TD threw 100,000 points to become a VIP of the channel. So yeah, even the dog. Okay, I actually thought it was the mail lady because we usually have a mail lady, but it's a mailman today. I guess mail lady might be sick or on vacation, but our mail lady isn't balding with 2 bits of hair on the sides, so it's definitely not the mail lady. Saving to be VLP2, halfway there. Nice, Susie, nice. How is everyone? Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Great stream from you and Hubs at the weekend. Always enjoy that. Me and Dukasoft duking it out in the stream. And you got some new redemptions, of course. So if you like, nay, love great DJs and DJ streams, you should totes check out Duo Beats, which is a husband and wife crew on the decks, having some amazing fun and tunes and redemptions and stickers and all the stuffs. So I'm just going to do a fancy pants shout out rather than a clip, because we always seem to get the same clip, and sometimes we don't get the clip, and sometimes it sticks and it's a whole thing. So, because Susie and John are a double act on Duo Beats, and because they're registered to be DJs, they're not allowed to have clips and VODs and things. So we're just going to do a fancy pants shout out right there. Yes, did you see what Dukesoft posted in our Discord? I'm on the warpath. I feel like I did, but I can't remember now. So let me run to the rest room real quick, and if you want to put in chat what he did, and also if you want to put a link to your Discord so people can join your Discord server, Susie, that's fine too. I will BRB.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Yes, please, Bear. I would love a coffee. Oh, look. Oh, I just got one. Okay, I'm good. I'm set up. I have a coffee. I have a cold drink. I reminded myself of the image that Dukasoft posted on Suzy Q's Discord server. And that reminds me, as I was saying earlier, Suzy has some new redemptions, which does include SnapCam filters. So you too can turn them into cartoon faces. You can also put beards on them. Fun stuff. Alrighty, so where did we get to? We did some fishing, we did some dropping. Still nobody landed in that pool yet. Come on. Come on, people, you can do better than this. Let's watch this. Look, this is Cool Duck is going to show you how to wall slide. That is how not to do it. That's not going to land you in the pool. So don't do that. But if you can get like more speed going and you can whiz down the screen, you might be able to land in the pool better than I did. Maybe I can catch something. Let's have a look. Oh, Anders dropping the weenus. Oh, it's looking good for Tatum. It's looking very good. It could be a win. Oh, so close. That is the closest yet, Tatum. 98.44. Very close to that 99. So close. So close. Anyway. Let's have a look. I'm losing the wheel with this pointer already. I really am. This might be something that I put on the back burner for working on off stream. It's just not right riveting content for on stream stuff, is it? All right, let's change track a little. Let's have a look at the intro news. For those that were here when we created this scene will remember we had a naked newsreader to start with, and some would argue that they're still half naked. However, as we can see, they are wearing, I'm going to say shorts, if not underwear. And what I thought, I think about this game often when I'm not actually working on it. I thought what might be a good idea is to have it look like somebody has closed captions on. Maybe to the point where we even change all this where it says breaking news and it says increasing sea monster sightings. And then when we hit play, you'll see there's a lot of English on the screen. I'm thinking of changing that possibly to be all Japanese. Maybe. Interfaces are cool, but no one ever talks about intrafaces. Interfaces. Normalize very short suit pants. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is what the interviewer was wearing that interviewed Clayman. I don't know. Maybe Clayman was dressed like this. Maybe that's what got him the position. I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny. Anyway, GG's to Clayman again. We did get a shout out earlier, and we saw him being rickrolled. Maybe we can get the other rickroll clip this time. Possibly. Maybe. It's the same clip, I think. Either way, it's funny.
Nice ocean waves.
Nice ocean waves. There it is. Oh, he mad.
All right. Thank you all so much for hanging out. That's gonna be it for me today. Let's go and raid our friend Thindal.
Rage quit. Raid it out from his rage quit. Look at that. Always highlight your assets in an interview. Yes, as long as it's not going to get you arrested. I agree entirely. Okay, so a couple of ideas I had is maybe having this more in Japanese. and then having like the white text on the black background and having it look like somebody has closed captions on, which actually shows the English. And also, what I want is the newsreader sitting there, all calm, you know, just kind of reading out the news story, not being as animated as he is. This was the wrong choice of animation to give him, as you'll see in a minute when I press play. But I want him sitting there, all calm as you like, just reading out the news story. But then I want people running around in the background, like flailing their arms, not unlike the sea monster, in a big panic, and he's just like all calm and stuff at the front. Bit Gamey always likes to rub it in. I mean, there is an extra charge for that, Clayman, but you know my PayPal address. Salt to the wounds. Okay, I knew that's what you meant, really. Yeah. So yeah, so we'll hit play. We'll see what we've got so far.
「怪獣の目撃情報が増加しています。住民の皆様は洪水の危険が迫っていることを知らせる警報サイレンに注意し、危険が去るまで市内への立ち入りを避けるよう勧告されています。目撃映像が続々とこちらに届いて確認しています。皆様大変気をつけてください。
So, as you can tell, we have the Japanese language as the voiceover. We don't have any Japanese on screen. I'm not sure how realistic it is. Maybe one line as one of our resident Japanese consultants might be able to shed some light on it. Ooh, 23. At least you're in the Polanders, yeah? Let's focus on the positive. I got add BRB. Susie's gonna be back in a minute. On the what? Yeah, so what I was thinking is one line. I don't know how realistic it is having him sitting there talking in Japanese and then having English text everywhere. What I'm thinking is maybe what might be more realistic is to have Japanese text and not English text, and then just have like white on black closed captions saying what he's saying. Don't know. Usually all my games before have been English, but now I wanted this to have a Japanese theme. I'm just wondering what would be the best way to go with this. I'm not saying Bit Gamey is an NPC, but I do suspect he sleeps standing in the T-pose whenever the stream isn't going. I mean, I that's confidential information, Aggie. I can't comment on that. So you've removed your heart emoji and put a laughing face. Yeah, so originally when I saw that, very fleetingly, I just thought that Dukasoft had taken an image of the stream and just pasted it in there, and I thought, oh, that's nice of him, so I put the heart. And then when you said about did I see what he put, I went back and had a look, and I'm like, oh wait, now I get it. So yeah. It wasn't so much a ah as a so I just felt necessary to put the correct emoji on there. Oh, JD coming in fast, and no, we missed. I think it would be cool to have that, but that might also introduce an accessibility concern. I know you aren't necessarily expecting visually impaired persons to play. No, but I always like to take them into consideration. I think accessibility is one of those things that game devs often overlook. Maybe just don't really think there's going to be that much call for it, but I personally would like to pay attention to that. Not just visually impaired, things like color schemes. I know there's different, I guess they are visual impairments, but you know, people have color blindness. They see different colors differently to people that don't have these conditions. And I know there are some websites where you can get more information. You can even actually do testing. Where is the Barbie movie soundtrack? I was told it's playing on a loop here. No, not quite, Irad. Yeah, we do have we do have Barbie movie emotes, which is a little bit different. Not quite the same thing, but you know, we have these. We have Bit as an emote. You know, and then people are like, oh, if only there was like, I don't know, Ken version, because I prefer Ken. If there was like a gamey to go on the end of that, you know, we accommodate all lovers of the Barbie movie here. So we have a Bit and we have a gamey. But no, we can't play the Barbie movie soundtrack, tragically, because it's copyrighted music and I'm a good boy. So can't, unfortunately, have that here. I know you're not necessarily expecting visually impaired persons to play, but low vision could still play, but not necessarily read text. Same with other cognitive impairments surrounding reading. But taking only the Japanese speaking combined with Japanese text, I would want to know what the industry standard is for displayed text options. Normally there is a second set of captions on TV shows for written text. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to know how best to show that. Because if I convert everything on here to be Japanese, the captions will obviously indicate what he is saying, the newsreader, but then how do I convey what's not in English and is not being spoken? Am I just introducing a whole other world of hurt there? Can't sing along with emotes. I'm just Irad. Anywhere else, I'd be a lad. I mean, there's nothing to stop you putting it on at home and just singing along. I mean, you know, there might be some DJ streams on Twitch where they're allowed to play things that you can go and make a song request. But, yeah, sadly not here, Irad. I'll try to find a screenshot of English text plus sub for TV show. All right, thank you, 11Lion. Yeah, if you do manage to find anything, go ahead and throw the link in chat and we'll take a look. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as is. But what I think I would like to do, even if we leave all the writing in English on the screen, obviously he's not talking in English. So I would like to have captions showing up on the screen with what he says when he says it in English. Can you feel my radagy? Feels so real, my radagy. Yeah, I'm not sure that works as well as Kenergy, does it? Given that the last two letters of Ken are the first two letters of energy. But no, you do you, Irad. It's all good. Yeah, I want you to live your best life while you're here, so yeah, you just carry on. Okay, so what we can do, News Japan. That was the audio. Pretty sure I saved the verbiage somewhere. I hope I did. Since I only have it in an audio file, obviously I can't track the words from. Have a look. Are your mic settings correct? You sound like the squished voice when the elephant comes out. What? Let me double check. It should be correct. Are you saying that I sound squeaky like I'm being squished by the elephant? Because there should be like the normal pitch and then it makes it slightly higher when I get squished each time I get squished. It's a little higher than normal. Okay. Well, I'm going to run the Elephant Redemption soon, which should reset it at the end, and maybe that'll hopefully get it back. I sound half squished. Interesting. Well, thank you, Tatum. I find it interesting that nobody else has mentioned it. Maybe they like me at this pitch. I think his pants are just a little tighter than normal. See, there goes you assuming again, Aggie, that I'm actually wearing pants. So the joke's on you. How you doing, Napalm? Welcome in. Alright, so now I'm going to go and do the elephant just to make sure that I'm completely unsquished afterwards. You watch it now. You watch me not succeed on using the elephant. It'll say I failed. Bit Gamey bear. I mean, that's my after dark stuff. I'm not going to get into that right here. Let's have a look. Okay, succeed. Blah blah blah. So let's try this one.
So this should be one pitch. This should be another pitch. This should be the last pitch.
And then this should be me back to normal. Hopefully. I'm really hoping, because I'm not sure. Maybe this is just how I sound. Maybe that's just how my voice is. What VST are you using for that? That's a good question, JD. Let me flip back into the mic and have a look at the filters. Hang on. Yeah, that's only for fans if you get his drift. Yes, yes. On my OnlyFans, you definitely get my drift. Can't see. Thank goodness that you can't see. So when I look at the filters, JD, it says VST 2.x plugin. That helps you any. It doesn't. I can probably dig out the video that I used. I remember it was a bit fiddly, to say the least. And I remember that in the video it brings up like a red player and you have to tweak the knobs. Something like that. So let me see. I'm pretty sure I have a text file somewhere. Rescue Ball News. Okay, I've got it. All right. Bit fiddly is better than fiddly bit. I mean, it depends who you're asking, I guess. So, one Lion might be more interested in the Japanese version of what the newsreader is saying, which is this here. And in theory, this is supposedly the English version.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
There has been an increase in sightings of, well, it says marine mammals, but I think it translates to sea creature now. I think we had Wallaber in here. And Wallaber made some suggestions for changes. Residents are advised to listen for warning sirens that warn of impending flooding and to avoid entering the city until the danger has passed. We are receiving and confirming video reports of sightings. Please be extremely careful. Yeah. Apart from the marine Apart from the bit about marine mammals, I think mostly should be in good shape. It will take a bit too much work to find a good example of the kind of thing I'm referring to, but essentially you have the text translation in one place, usually in quotation marks, e.g. at the top. Subtitle of what the speaker is saying is usually bottom center with a whole bunch of rules that I just learned about length per segment per X frames. See, I'm probably not going to go to that degree of accuracy. But yeah, definitely gives me food for thought as far as the layout goes. So let me screenshot your message on the, but essentially, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. So I think first of all, I think the challenge now is going to be me knowing when to change the captions based on what the newsreader is saying. Because obviously, you know, if he says there's been an increase in sightings of the sea monster, that's what I want in English. But I need to know when he gets to the end of saying sea monster. Submarine mammal. I mean, I told you that in confidence. Okay, I don't know why you throw me under the bus like that. There goes Mario. Yes, little Mario driving across the top in a Mario Kart. I quite like that bit. Not everybody sees that, so well spotted, Bear. If I notice subtitles with text display in a show I am watching subbed, I'll screenshot it. It'll most likely be from some anime. Okay. Yeah, I mean, any examples would be good. Alrighty, so another shout out for one line. See if we can get a different clip to the clip I don't like. What do you mean your message failed to send? Come on, Twitch, don't be twitchy.
I have a goal.
No. Don't look, Napalm.
That countdown timer is a very important countdown timer to me. Because once I reach 0, I
might not stream anymore. With a big smile on his face, look. What? I'm not going there. All right. So the challenge is going to be, I mean, I can put the captions on the screen. We did it for when we had song requests and when we had somebody request the Lee song. We had the captions there. It takes a while to get the timing right.
Big thanks to our continuing subscriber Ninja Gloppy.
What? Ninja Gloppy, what are you doing? What are you doing, my sharky friend? Thank you so much. Continuing support is appreciated. And 9 months, you know what that means? That means we're having a baby shark do 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 Twitch baby shark do 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 Twitch baby shark do 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 Twitch baby shark. Okay. All right then. How are you doing, Ninja? How's your day going? Good to see you. Ninja Gloppy, of course, has some amazing streams. He is the go-to person for anything Rocket League related, including crowd control mods, and also does regular photography, astral photography, photography, anything where you can put photography on the end of. Ninja is the person to go see. So, on that note, let's get a shout out. I remember this clip from before.
Wait, what did that just say? No. No! Wait, what just happened?
I love that shark model. It's so expressive. Like the grimace. It's like, no, no.
So fast.
Finally making some progress on some JavaScript work stuff. Whoa, what? Aggie would like to inquire about your boudoir. You always want to take that offline. That's fine. Yeah, Napalm Codes. People actually love my singing. I don't think my active viewers is going to drop because I'm singing Baby Shark. If anything, you might be like, hey, I think that somebody's using view bots because the view count is suddenly massively increasing. Look at that number go. Or something like that. Anyway. Yes, JD does JS is what JD said he might be changing his name to. He might be rebranding. Node 22 now executes TypeScript without needing to transpile it. I see lots of words, JD. And speaking of dev stuff, guess who landed a dev job today? That would be Clayman. Clayman went for an interview and they said to him, stop, don't go out that door. We want you to work for our company. And Clayman's like, can I just go home and shower first? I didn't realize I'd be starting today. And they're like, no, with that desperate to hire somebody of your caliber, we're not going to let you out the door. Okay. Somebody's actually locked it. There is a security guard standing outside. Sit down at this desk now and work. So thankfully, Clayman was able to get a message out to at least let us know that he got the job, even though he's not allowed to leave the building, and has, effectively been taken hostage, I guess. But, you know, money's money, right? Even if they take you hostage to make you earn it. JS, is that near Dallas? I mean, it could be. What I was surprised about is there are a lot of places in the US that have similar place names in England. Like Manchester, like Birmingham, like, I guess Europe really rather than England. There's a Paris, Texas, don't you know? It is true. You know, when I tell people that I'm going to Paris, they're like, oh my goodness, make sure you go to the Eiffel Tower. And I go, no, Paris, Texas. But thank you. York might be another one. Yeah. I mean, New York, I don't know. Is there an actual York? You aren't a state if you don't have a Paris. Apparently there is a California, Pennsylvania, a Mexico, Indiana. Look, everybody's coming out of the woodworks now with their knowledge of place names. But I think there's only one Ding Dong, and I don't mean me. There's a place called Ding Dong in Texas. But Google it, it's true. There's also a place called Kickapoo. It's true. I drove through Mexico on my way to Kokomo and passed by Peru. Okay then. In DC, we name our streets after states, which makes for some strange sounding directions. So, turn left on Washington, take a right at New York, and then straight over when you get to Texas. I mean, it doesn't sound confusing at all. Okay, so I gotta think of the best way to do this now. So I know what he's saying in Japanese because I have the transcript. I know what the transcript is in English, but I need to somehow figure out what he's saying when he's saying it so that I can put the captions at the bottom of the screen. How am I going to do this? All right, so show browser. Show browser. There it is. Well done. Got there eventually. All right. Google Translate. Here we go. Detect language. So we put that in. Marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Okay, so what we should probably do then is I put this in English originally and translated it to Japanese. So now I'm translating it back from Japanese to English. I should probably word it the same as the English translation. So originally we had, there has been an increase in sightings of marine mammals. And now it's saying marine mammal sightings are on the rise. So maybe I shouldn't put sea monster. Maybe I should just do a direct translation and just put marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Okay, so do a line across here. Oh, Tatum with the combo biddies. Thank you so much. It's a horse, a horse. It's a horse, of course. Okay, so we need to break this down little by little. Okay, so marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Is the first part. And the next part would be blee blah, blue blah, goes all the way along to the end there. Residents are advised to listen for warning sirens that warn of impending flooding and to avoid entering the city until the danger has passed. Okay, so all of that. And that goes on the end, and the English translation is that. And then we have the very last sentence, which is this. We are receiving a steady stream of footage of sightings and are checking it out. Please be extremely careful, everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Receiving a steady stream of footage of sightings and checking it out. Please be extremely careful, everyone. Okay. Oh, 49.43. That's very close to being halfway to where you need to be, JD. That was, let's say, that was a drop. What's the deal with me getting wall slides today? And always that right-hand wall as well. There's no "oh, thanks" for that. That's rubbish. Let's do a whysubs. Look, it's JD. Random subscriber shout out, and it happens to be JD. Would you look at that? Let's do another one. See if we get JD again. Because JD is not my only subscriber. I'm going to just putting that out there. If it comes up with JD again, it's just a coincidence. Ninja Gloppy, look! All the people that are in chat. Nice. Okay. All right, so we have broken down the Japanese into the English translation. And Skim, howdy, welcome on in. Happy Monday to you. How's your day going? Fish o' flames. Is that how we'd describe that? Half over. There we go. Bit like JD doing the drop game. He was almost halfway to getting a resub to the channel. Almost got 49 something possibly. Scraper Mouth Mbuna. Uncommon. Okay, it's uncommon, but you only give me 35 gold. What's that about? Mage Fish. Saba Ping. So your flames and Twitch's fish head collectively form a mage fish. Alright then. Show unity. Alright, so we have the newsreader. Trick's going to be, I think if we do it in separate sentences, I'm going to stand more chance of actually getting the words on at the right time. We're not going to go to the level of granularity that one line mentioned before, where there's a certain number of words to come up, a certain number of frames, and it's a whole thing. In the UK, the McDonald's fish sandwich called a Fill-it-o-fish or Fill-I-o-fish. Isn't it Filet-o-fish in the US? I believe. Filet-o-fish. I mean, also, you know, they're called French fries as well in the UK. They're not called chips. You know, it's like another Big Mac and chips. Now I want a Big Mac. Dang it. Oh, dropping the Milo. Nice one, Bear. Alrighty. Let's have a look. Has Amazon dispatched my dog meds yet, or are you just going to keep my dog waiting? Ordered. Nope, hasn't even got to shipped yet, but apparently it's going to be here today, so. Filet-o-fish at McFatties. I'm not sure where you are, Enskin, but I'm pretty sure they don't call it that anywhere. Suddenly I want McDonald's for lunch, but all I get is a PB&J. I mean, yeah. Them's the breaks sometimes. That's what they call it in Dallas. Okay, alright. So, if you head on over to Dealey Plaza and go to the McDonald's on Dealey Plaza, it is in fact called McFatties. Who knew? See, we're living and learning today. Thanks to Enskim. Alright. So we need some text. That'd be a good place to start, wouldn't it? Let's get some text up in here. Do 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 do. We do have some text already, don't we, in the scene, because we have this breaking news and everything in here. Let's look in the canvas. We've got breaking news. Drag this out a bit. Breaking news panel, headline news panel, scrolling news panel, and then below that we're going to have another one, and it's in fact going to be the closed captions. What we might be able to do is just have, since we only really have 3, was it 3? 1, 2, 3. We only have 4, so we have number 1, marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Number 2, residents are advised to listen for warning sirens that warn of impending flooding and to avoid entering the city until the danger has passed. It's quite a mouthful, but I'm going to go with it. Number 3, we are receiving a steady stream of footage of sightings and are checking it out. And then 4, please be extremely careful, everyone. So I think what's going to be easiest, rather than updating the text on one field, is to just have 4 separate fields, because there's only 4, and then we'll just toggle between them. Just going to have to get the timing right. And getting the timing right is going to be the challenge. almost as big a challenge. Look at the speed of that duck. Look at that. Whoa. No wall sliding on this one. Quite sure what's going to happen when he hits the pool, but boing. Whoa, he's going back up. Never mind. And let's try it again. This time, this... Oh. That's a little bit more of a calm drop there from Ninja Gloppy. Here we go, Tubby crumbles. Also with a nice, slow, calm drop. Tubby going to land in the pool? No, Tubby's going to be poolside today. Okay. Alright, so the challenge is going to be not getting these captions on screen. The challenge is actually going to be with getting them to display at the right time based on when the newsreader does actually say those things. So it's going to be interesting. Alright, so we're going to have 4 separate captions that come up. 4 separate objects, and then we're going to toggle between them, and it's the toggle in between them which is going to be the challenging part. Guess what I found the other day? What did you find the other day, Ninja? Spill the tea, tell us the things we need to know. Can't just tease us with something like that. It's usually Duke us off that's the tease here. I found my old Windows version of Connect. What? Connect. Wasn't Connect the Xbox motion detector that you could use for motion capture? 2-year-old gum stuck to the bottom of a desk. That reminds me of Elf. In Elf, when he went to the subway and he was getting all the gum from under the hand railing. That was disgusting. Xbox 360 cam. Yes, but there was also a Windows version. Interesting. I guess that makes sense since Microsoft, you know, created the Xbox and the software. So what are you going to do with it, Ninja? Because you've also done some of your own motion capture, right? I remember you saying when you had that long video with the dancing shark, you were doing the dancing. So tell the party people while I run and grab another coffee exactly what your intentions are and if they're honourable with the Connect Windows version that you found, okay? And when I come back, I will be doing a little bit more of a deep dive to see what's going on. I shall BRB. VHS tape. That's some that's a prize land right there. Yes, but there's also a Windows version. Yeah, I don't know yet. I bought it many years ago. I just happened to find it. Maybe I'll try to do some mocap. So when you did mocap before, Ninja, was that with the Xbox version then? Do you have the Xbox version and you have the Windows version? I only have a Betamax player. You know, to be fair, Aggie, I'm thinking if you fished it out of a lake or a canal, it's probably not even going to play on a VHS player, so you're probably okay. Maybe just keep it for posterity, like dry it out and just put it in a shadow box on your wall or something. Look, these are things that we used to watch movies on, where you had to rewind them when you finished if you wanted to watch them again. Kids these days, they don't know they're born. No, the motion capture before was with an HTC Vive and sensors. Oh, okay. I don't know why for some reason I thought you used a Kinect. Maybe you mentioned that you had a Kinect when we were talking about motion capture. That was one advantage to 8-track, no rewinding. I don't remember 8-track. I mean, I know of it, but I never had an 8-track player. And I guess the way that audio tapes, regular like C45, C90s got around it was that, you know, you turn it over and you play the other side, which is, I guess, a slow way of rewinding it. It was an endless loop. So given that predates like VHS tapes and standard audio cassettes, I wonder why. Maybe it was an expensive manufacturing process. It almost seems like a backward step then to go to regular audio tapes. Maybe you can get more on like a C90 or a C45. I don't know. I don't know much about 8-tracks, to be honest. I see them occasionally when we go to like yard sales, or if we go to like antique type, flea market type stores, but still have an 8-track player in a combination cabinet that has a turntable, cassette, stereo, and 8-track. I remember many moons ago, I used to have a stereo system. It was a tall one. It came in like different layers, and on top it had the turntable, and then the next one down, I think it had a CD player, but it definitely had tape decks on it. I never actually owned anything. That was Pioneer, I remember that vividly for some reason. But I never had an 8-track player. What was the quality like? I guess if it was magnetic tape still, it was just like regular tape quality, was it? Never actually heard an 8-track tape being played on an 8-track player. See, we said about putting marine mammal in the captions, yet we still have increasing sea monster sightings as the caption, so we might have to look at addressing that issue as well. 8-tracks didn't sound so great. So, he giveth with one hand, in no need to rewind, taketh with the other, as in the quality, not so fantastic. Yes, where does DC Aggie come from? I feel like you've mentioned it before on stream, but since I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, I don't recall. I feel like the DC part might be something to do with a certain location. Okay, so let's get up on in here and let's do something on the UI. Let's duplicate the scrolling news panel. I'm a Texas Aggie. Washington DC, I thought it was. An Aggie, a term for people who attend agricultural colleges, land grant colleges in the US. There we go. Texas Aggie. Okay, so we have a duplication. Scrolling news panel is now, this panel is going to be closed captions panel. Okay, and then underneath it, we're going to have closed captions. And in the closed captions, for now, I'm going to go with the translation, the Google translation of the original Japanese that I have. So instead of it being sea monster sightings, we're going to say marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Now the issue we're going to have here is all of these panels were currently at the very bottom of the window. And closed captions probably need to be even lower down. Or can they be above? Let's do the formatting of it first, make it white on black, and then we'll see about where it needs to be. So we have the closed captions panel. We don't need this to be red. This particular one needs to be black. Now closed captions, are they usually all uppercase? I don't know if there is in fact standard. Whether they're all uppercase, whether they're sentence case, whether they're a specific font. Kilted Ninja! Have to do this before we can proceed. How you doing, Kilted? So, Kilted, funny story. Funny story, Kilted. That makes my day every time. A funny story. So, yeah, doing all right. Saturday, we had Sandbox Saturday, and on Sandbox Saturday, for the whole 6 hours, we played your music, Kilted. Remember how we had that little agreement where I don't get Twitch spanked? For some weird reason, Twitch muted part of my stream. Yeah, they were like, ha, we think that this part might be copyrighted. We think you probably need permission to play this. So I'm sitting there yelling at my screen, yelling at the VOD, going, yeah, but Kilted said, excuse me, I had this chat. We had there was exchange messages, email. But what is weird is that's the thing. Played your music for the whole 6 hours, and there's only one song that it flagged. And I don't know why. Let me see if I can find out which song it was. One moment, please. Hold the line. Here we go. Audio for portions of this video has been muted, as it appears to contain copyrighted content owned or controlled by a third party. And bizarrely, vertical slice. Out of my whole 6 hours, my whole 6 hour stream, I was like, okay, I'm being a good boy now. I'm only playing things that I have permission for. The whole 6 hours, it picked that one song, and it's like, yeah, I think we're probably going to probably just going to mute that. So then I took the whole VOD like I normally do, and I threw it over to YouTube, and I fully expected to get YouTube spanked and them to go, hey, all of these songs, but they didn't. Not a thing, not a whisper, not a dicky bird. So YouTube didn't have any issues with it, although granted, the VOD at that point had the particular section that Twitch had issues with muted, so they wouldn't have had the same concerns. But yeah, it was interesting. So have you complained to Twitch about it with proof? I have not. I have discussed it with a certain Twitch ambassador that you may know, and they pretty much said we don't even bother because it's a whole thing. Sometimes they even start doing things like requesting legal letterheads. So yeah, what I'm going to do, I think, is we'll give it another try this upcoming Saturday when I do my next weekend stream, and we'll see if they have an issue again. And if they have an issue again, and if it's that one song, then I'll probably just take that one song out, because that's probably the path of least resistance that gives me the least hassle. But who knows? Like I say, it was only a very tiny portion of the stream, so it's not like I was rage quitting or anything. But yeah, it was very nice to listen to. Yes, we got some good feedback. I reinstated the music UI, the Spotify UI, as you can see at the bottom there, so that when there were particular tracks that people liked, they didn't have to keep saying to me, oh, which song's this? Oh, who sings this? It's like, boom, it's right there on the screen. Do you know what? If you like it, there it is. Go and listen to it yourself on Spotify. Okay? So, there it is. You can stream my music for free. Just Google Metallica. Oh, you own the rights to Metallica music, do you, DC Aggie? Well, that seems legit. I'll absolutely go and do that right now. Dicky Bit sounds painful. I mean, do I need to rebrand to Bit Dicky? No, I don't think I'll do that. Nice work on the overlay. All right, well, that's good to know there's a potential prob with that tune. Yeah, and I think the only way we're going to check it, like I say, is I did take all of the songs and put them into a playlist, so I still have the playlist. If it does the same again this Saturday, it's an easy fix. I'll just take that particular track out. But yeah, I'm curious to see if they have any issues with other tracks when I do the same thing this coming Saturday. But yeah, it was very odd. I mean, this is the UI that we had before for Spotify when we had the song request command and I was playing songs that I might not necessarily absolutely didn't have permission to play. I get that I got Twitch spanked for that, but yeah, I'm like, I've spoken to Kilted. I've spoken to the artist. Yes, it is copyrighted music, but guess what? I've been given the permissions. So we'll see. Do a rerun on Saturday, and then we'll see what they have to say about it that time. One line. I'm terribly sorry that I missed your message. I was engaging your help, and you did provide said help, and I'm just not doing a good job of keeping up with chat. So I provided a screenshot earlier that I also DM'd you on Discord, but I think it's relevant again. Okay. Show browser. Okay. So we were talking earlier, well, we're still talking about it really, about closed captions and how closed captions show on screen when there's something that's written as opposed to something that's spoken, because if you have it subbed instead of dubbed, you're going to have the subtitles for what the people are saying, but then also how do you address the fact that things are written on screen that you also need to know what they say. So this is how it's done in the anime shot, or I guess Blue Exorcist that Line sent me. So the all caps is the translation of what's shown, and then the lowercase, or the sentence case, camel case, however you want to call it, is shown for what the person is saying. Shows the all caps caption for text translations and proper case for subtitles. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI music. Apparently, I don't know any of the Final Fantasy.
I thought I told you to turn that thing off! It is too late and it's too loud!
All I will say is,
A few moments later.
if anybody did ask what I thought about APOC, that is exactly what I would tell them in no uncertain terms. All right. Oh, I'm back. Hey, APOC, how are you doing? Thanks for fake stream disconnecting me and then also turning me down while I was disconnected. That's definitely a layering of redemptions there. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. For those that missed it earlier, we had Clayman in. Clayman raided in and then said he got a raid and run because he had a job interview, and then very kindly came back to the stream after that telling us he got the job. So yay for Clay. Let's just get a little bit of hype up in here for that. Some clapping and some hype. Don't listen to what the others say about you, APOC. I mean, I think if APOC listened to what other people say, then APOC would never come back. Because, you know, people say lots of things about APOC, and mostly they're nice things, unless, you know, happened to be a redemption that stopped you doing something or listening to something, then they might say something different. But like Ninja says, don't listen to them. Now I want to redeem for mic pitch plus 1% for remainder of stream. Tight pants. I'm assuming that we got the right pitch back, right? Because I know there was a pitch issue earlier that Tatum said that it sounded like I was wearing tight pants, and then I ran the elephant squishing me again, so hopefully return to normal. Maybe that needs to be a redemption so that we can enable me speaking higher. But also remember, we talked about the Bitly the Kid redemption that used to be on this stream that did upset some people that weren't very happy that, you know, my pitch was cranked up for a short period of time. And the last thing we want to do is offend people. Unless it's only one person. I don't even want to offend one person, but if one person says they don't like it, but, you know, the other 99% love it, then guess which way I'm going. I think you know. Alright, so thank you for this, One Online. I appreciate that. So this then would mean that when we add the closed captions in Unity, the closed captions themselves that are saying what the newsreader is saying, but in English, would be in normal sentence case. And then anything that we had. See, I guess what we need to do at the moment, show Unity. At the moment, this is what we have. But I was thinking of putting breaking news and increasing sea monster sightings. That would then be in uppercase to show you what it means. So maybe we just need to forget the idea of the scrolling message. When we hit play, we also have scrolling headlines moving across. I think that's going to be too difficult to keep track of with, hey, let's put uppercase just to show what it actually says. In fact, the closed captions panel is over the top of the scrolling news panel, so we need to hide it once it starts. So if Unity ever wakes up, okay, starts doing the thing, closed captions panel, we can hide. But yeah, so this would be the screen. So then, in theory, below these three text fields, we would have the closed captions field, or above, I haven't decided where it's going yet. But then we would also need capital letters to show what was on screen in Japanese letters. So breaking news and increasing sea monster sightings we could have quite easily. But the whole reason of the scrolling messages at the bottom was basically to show, I guess effectively it was closed captions, because it's showing what he's saying, but people that didn't know Japanese wouldn't know that's what he was saying. So I think maybe we take out scrolling message, scrolling news panel, we'll get rid of, we would take that out. But also, if we've taken it out, how does it still show it? Maybe because we're paused. Okay, so if we took that out, and then underneath here we could have it, could have the closed captions that need to look more. The black background would not span the whole width. It would only span the width of the text that was in it, and then it would be white text on a black background in sentence case. Okay. All right, so to that end, we need to take out the scrolling panel, the closed captions panel, what we need, fill center. Simple. So really we don't need an image. If we remove that component so we don't have an image, closed captions are really all that we need, and that is text component, so we can bring that up here, get rid of the closed captions panel, and then marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Why don't we see that? Because we've got white on white. So what we need is the text to be black. Okay, now we can see the text. We also need, have a look for the background. I'm going to have centered. Marine mammal sightings are on the rise. And also when we hit play, we need to see now, we don't need to see the newsreader's legs. So let's have a look and see what we see. Yeah, we don't need to see his legs, do we? So, to that end, we'll probably have a white panel at the back here. And then when we have the white text on a black panel, then we shouldn't actually see any of the newsreader's legs. Okay. We have the canvas and breaking news panel. News headline. Rolling news panel. We're not using anymore. Closed captions. News ticker script. Okay, so this is the issue. It's still trying to populate with the news on the closed captions. So if we remove that component. Okay. And then what it actually says in the text is marine mammal sightings are on the rise. Okay. So, show browser. So in Line's example, it is showing. So this is showing how it would be if, I guess, the people that made the anime put in the captions. I'm thinking if someone's sitting at home and they put captions on, that's usually, I think, when you have the black background and the white text. I think I'm going to use the case sensitivity from this, but I think I'm going to use the formatting from how it is when you put captions on here. Show Unity. So if we have, actually, show browser. Let's have a look. And if we have something like closed captions example. Images. Yeah, so like this here, where you actually have, still has the case sensitivity as normal sentence case, but then it has white text on a black background. Again with this one. Sometimes you get this one where there's actually has an outline around the letters rather than. Maybe we should do that. I don't know, either white text and a black outline around it, or white text and then a black background. So I guess that's the difference between closed captions and subtitle. I always use those interchangeably. I guess subtitles are built into media, and then closed captions are something you can bring up on top of media. Closed captions versus subtitles differences, formatting and working. If you have an OTT subscription, you may have seen the popularity of Korean shows like Squid Game and the Spanish show Narcos. Both of these chartbuster shows were dubbed and subtitled in several languages. Video content is now getting localized. Many think subtitles and closed captions are the same things. I mean, I've always used them interchangeably, but there is a difference. Captions are designed to provide access to persons who are hard of hearing or deaf, while subtitles translate foreign language dialogues. Blog presents a deeper understanding of closed captions, their types, subtitles, and the differences between them. Captions are the textual representation of the audio content of a video, TV broadcast, live event, or production about everything, whether it is e-commerce in Australia or else. Okay. Open captions and closed captions. Open captions were used in the initial years of captioning. The open captions were burned in or hard-coded or embedded directly into the video and cannot be turned off. These captions are mostly used when it's an absolute necessity, limiting the viewer's choice. So I'd heard of closed captions, CC, which is what most people know. I didn't realise there was an open captions version. A movie theatre is an example where open captioning might be used, otherwise those having hearing problems can miss out on the dialogue. In the 70s, open captioning in broadcasts began with PBS's The French Chef, commonly used in social media videos or offline videos. Popular type is closed captioning. Here the captions can be turned on and off as per viewer's discretion. Well, there we go. Today I've learned something. The symbol for the closed caption is 2 CCs, which you find in the lower bottom of the video screen. Mandatory by laws in many countries, identifies speaker and include non-speech elements. Closed captioning first used in hearing impaired conference in Nashville, Tennessee. PBS show The French Chef first. Open captions cannot be turned off, unlike closed captions. Closed captions are embedded in the video signal and in line 21 of the vertical blanking interval. Alright, you're getting a bit technical now. It is the section of the TV signal that tells the electron gun to shoot back up to the upper screen's left corner to start painting the next frame. Line 21 is the blanking interval region. In the blanking interval region is assigned to captioning and also V-chip and time information. Simply put, subtitles are transcription or translation of the video dialogue when sound is available but not understood by the viewer. In the UK, Ireland and many other countries, both terms are collectively called subtitles, while for those hard of hearing, captioning becomes subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing. In New Zealand, an ear icon with a line represents subtitles for the hard of hearing. Who knew? What I see when I have subs on in the player, there are settings you can change for the background opacity, font size, etc. The white text, black background are typical for max contrast, readability. You can do what works best for your game. Yeah, I've seen that before. I mean, it always used to be, okay, you either turn closed captions on or off, but more recently, and I can't remember which specific streaming service it was in, I do remember seeing lots of options as well. TN in the house. I hope things are peachy for you, TN. I hope you're doing okay. Happy Monday to you. We might be raiding out soon. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Irish John Games will be making an announcement today. It's announcement day, so we're probably going to raid out in about 10-ish minutes. I think he should be going live. Let me just see if I have any update on that. There's the general chat. Pretty sure it's 2 PM my time, not 3 PM my time. The Journey Werney goes live. Jones live notifications. There we go. Yes, 2 PM. Okay. So now he's streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So we'll give it another 10-ish minutes because I know he loves it when people raid in and he's on the starting soon scene. He doesn't like it. So we'll probably just do that just to make him happy. Whoa, that's a bunch of my faces dropping. We like people to smile. We don't like the faces to drop. Be better, could be worse. Hope you're doing super duper great. It's actually not been a bad stream today. We've done a little bit of game dev, which is always nice. We had a look at some new redemptions on here, which include, but are not limited to, witless protection. We also have a Texas Live redemption now.
Hey Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
So we're checking out the birds and the bees, and there we go. There, in fact, we have a live feed out of my window. So, yeah, that's the latest redemption edition. all the people doing all the drops. Yeah, so we took a look at that. We went through the changes that I made, the updates to witless protection. Oh no, my pants. Your pants are wet, TN. I don't know what to tell you. You managed to land in the pool, which is pretty good. I mean, the drops today have not been fantastic, to be honest. We had one. Was it Tatum? It might have been Tatum. We had one that was very close. It was 98 point something, but not quite the 99 required. Get the whysub, so tusk indeed. So yeah, we're just looking at the captioning because show unity. Because we have the half-naked newsreader here, and we have breaking news and then the main headline, but we're looking at putting some captioning underneath those so that we can actually understand what he's saying, because some would say it's all Japanese, which from an audio perspective.
怪獣の目撃情報が増加しています。住民の皆様は洪水の危険が迫っていることを知らせる警報サイレンに注意し、危険が去るまで市内への立ち入りを避けるよう勧告されています。目撃映像が続々とこちらに届いて確認しています。
Right.
皆様大変気をつけてください。
Okay. Yeah, so what he said, just be careful because there's a sea monster out there, allegedly. So, yeah. So what we need to do is we need to synchronize some closed captions to what he's saying, and that's what we were just taking a look at. And then show browser. In the browser, we did actually find out the difference between captions and subtitles, and the difference between open captions and closed captions, and that it's different sometimes depending on which country you're in. And there's just so much more to it than, oh, well, let's just put it up on screen and people can read it. So and then we had an example given to us from One Lion, which was this one. And we could see the difference between the normal sentence case at the bottom for what's being said, and then the uppercase version at the top, which translates to anything that's written on screen. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole world. We could probably do a whole stream just on captions. Never thought about there being open captions. Yeah, so open captions are what were about originally, where it's actually burned into the media and you can't turn it on or off. Whereas closed captions, you can just toggle it. So yeah, closed captions has the word closed in it. I mean, it's just a whole thing. You don't really know until you go down these rabbit holes sometimes. I mean, I started off with, hey, how about, we just caption stream, right? How about we just put some white text on a black background? Who's screaming? That's what Google Translate says. Bing Translate is a bit awkward. Beware, Seaman is coming. A flood is possible. Hear the screaming and flee. I mean, I think really, when I'll come up with the final verbiage, I might actually need to enlist the help of somebody Japanese, maybe, and actually have them give me the definitive answer rather than relying on free services to convert these things. And then maybe I can have them record it, and then when we have the recordings, then I can match those to the actual text as it should be. So really, a lot of this is going to be placeholder at the moment until we get to the final push. But fun times. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Don't call me Shirley. What was the weather? I missed it.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Exactly.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious.
Yeah, we got that.
And don't call me Shirley.
Thank you. You don't have to keep saying it. So yeah, it's unusual seeing the temperature that low because usually it's a lot higher than that. So it's nice that the AC is not just going to be running all day. So KK Cruising from Animal Crossing. Okay. Well, those of you that have played Animal Crossing might be used to this language of Animalese, which is used in the game. Nice and cool. It's 80 here. Yeah, so apparently 77 here and still a chance of rain showers. So at least for the next hour, possibly 2, we might be getting rain. Was it raining? Did it look like it was raining? I don't remember seeing if it was still raining.
Hey Bit Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You're welcome, Mr. Attenborough, anytime. Yeah, I don't think it's raining. It doesn't look like it's raining on there. So, possible rain, but no rain at the moment. No hummingbirds, no butterflies, no bees. Yeah. Thankfully, no squirrels, so there is that. Yeah, maybe we'll see something next time. Who knows? Okay, so we're slowly working towards the final portion. Yes, squirrels. We get a lot of squirrels around here, and usually we try and scare them away because they scale up that post you see there and get into the birdseed and start eating the birdseed. So we have to fling the door open, yell at them, and then they run off to the neighbours and then come back a bit later on. It's like a real cat and mouse game. There is a shrubbery, at least. Yeah, so it's a thing. So this was the example from 1-1 Lion. These are other examples that we looked up. This is the post that we found out about so that we could educate ourselves about captions. No, you're fun, TN. Well, pow! There we go. Nearly 11.5 million Americans have some sort of hearing impairment. 85% of Facebook videos are watched without sound. 44% of videos are incomprehensible without sound or captions. Blah, blah, blah. People prefer captions because they consume the videos with the sound off, irrespective of the device. According to the WHO, by 2050, in another 25 years, nearly 2.5 billion people projected to have some sort of hearing disability. Well, it could possibly be that the Irish Heartthrob has finally gone live. I do see a notification not just in my Twitch app, but also on the Discord server. So this might be a good time, because you know how much he loves it when you raid in and he's on the starting soon scene. We're going to head on over the scene ending scene for today. 4.5 hours. I think we had a good run. I'm going to try and do something as far as the captions and as far as the mini-map and as far as other stuff in the game before Wednesday, if I get a chance. So no stream day tomorrow. We'll head on over to this little scene over here, where we get the nice little avatars, profile pictures if you will, of the 3 mods, which are usually responsible for carrying the sword and keeping us safe. So thank you to the mods for that. And we're going to kick off the raid. Well, apparently you have to take the @ symbol off. I really wish Twitch would fix stuff like that. And we should get a live feed, all being well, in the bottom corner. There we go. All right, and look, we're going to have an announcement about the 2025 Journ Jam. Okay, so there's your raid messages. We have... Oh, just got a shout out from Week. Very nice. There's your raid messages. First one is for subscribers. Second one is for non-subscribers. Thanks everybody for having fun with me today with the blurps and the bits and the resubs and the subs and the follows and all the good stuff. Thank you. It's you guys being here that actually make it worthwhile. So thank you. I'll be back, as it says there, on Wednesday at 9:30 AM Central Time for some more shenanigans. Now, thank you, 11 Lion. Always a pleasure having you here. Even more of a pleasure when I get to watch you stream, so I'm hoping that you will get back to it at some point. And yeah, we're going to head on over to the Irish Heartthrob, see what he's up to today. And I will, in fact, be back on Wednesday, 9:30 AM Central Time. Hopefully you can join me and I will see you then. But for now, stick around for some extra channel points and hop on the raid train as we head on over to Irish John Games. Thanks everybody. Bye.